Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just wanted to say that we'll start in approximately 10 minutes, all right?
Good morning, everyone. So we'll be starting in 5 minutes. We request those who are sitting at the back to please move forward. So uh, those who will be coming in later during the session may sit at the back. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We will be starting, and we all request that we request everyone to settle down and stand up for the invocation and the Philippine national anthem.
Let us bow our heads and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today. May you bestow your guidance and blessings so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone who are present here today, that each one of us may be able to share our knowledge, understanding, and wisdom for your glory and honor. May the various activities related to this event be a success through your intervention. We all ask of these in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
You all take your seat. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the fourth day of the CALESA Conference on Emerging Human Rights Issues and Vulnerabilities. I am Anne Maureen Manigbas. I'm a professor of the Ateneo Law School, and I'm teaching human rights-related courses. So to remind everyone, this CALESA Conference is organized as part of a component of the Erasmus supported capacity building for legal and social advancement in the Philippines, participated by a number of European schools and Philippine schools, including the Ateneo Law School, as well as the Philippine Judicial Academy. So we had the opportunity to learn about human rights issues since we started on our first day 4 days ago. So today we are in the last day of the conference. And we've had the chance to learn about a lot of developments, especially on human rights defenders and media practitioners, vulnerabilities and movements and displacement. And yesterday, we had the chance to learn about women and gender issues. Today, we are very privileged to have with us experts on the field of indigenous peoples and cultural communities. So I won't bore you anymore about the background about the conference, and we can go straight to the discussion, which I'm sure everyone is very much excited about. So for our first speaker, first expert, we have former UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Ms. Vicky Tauli Corpus. She was appointed as the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the Human Rights Council in 2014 and served until April 2020. She is an indigenous leader from the Kankanay Igorot people of the Cordillera region in the Philippines. As an indigenous activist, she has worked for over 3 decades on building movement among indigenous peoples and as an advocate for women's rights. Ms. Tauli Corpus is the former chair of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues from 2005 to 2010 and has served as a chairperson rapporteur of the Voluntary Fund for Indigenous Populations. As an Indigenous leader, she was actively engaged in drafting and adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007. She has founded and managed various NGOs involved in social awareness raising, climate change, and the advancement of Indigenous peoples and women's rights, and she is a member of the United Nations Development Program, Civil Society Organization, and Advisory Committee. In her capacity as UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of IPs, or Indigenous Peoples, Ms. Tauli Corpus provided expert testimony before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the African Court on Human and People's Rights, and prepared policy advice to the World Bank and the World Intellectual Property Organization, among others. Currently, she is the Executive Director of Tebteba Indigenous Peoples Center for Policy Research and Education, an organization for the promotion of Indigenous people's rights, which is based in Baguio. So let us all welcome and give her a warm round of applause, Ms. Victoria Tauli.
Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody. I'm glad that there are still several of you, even if it's a Saturday. So this means that you have the commitment to human rights promotion and protection. So let me just go through my PowerPoint presentation. I saw in the program that several of the areas that I included, there are actually people speaking on this, so I will just focus on some of the points that are not going to be dealt with by the other speakers. So basically, I will just talk about the situation and issues of indigenous peoples, of course focusing on the Philippines, but also globally, because I had the opportunity to see this in my role as the UN Special Rapporteur. Then I would like to talk about the current and the historical and the current resistance of struggles of indigenous peoples, and the norm-setting processes and also community strengthening and empowerment processes that are going on as we speak, no? And of course, the challenges and opportunities. So basically, when you talk about the situation of indigenous peoples, this is the general picture of many indigenous peoples, not just in the Philippines, but in many other parts of the world, no? The legacy of colonization, of course, continues up to now, no? And whether this is done by foreign colonizers or the internal colonization and domination, this still persists, no, up to the present. And when I'll speak, I will be highlighting some of the egregious examples that I've seen, no, in my work. Of course, the issue of tradition loss and degradation of indigenous peoples' lands, territories, and resources, no, which is an issue everywhere. This is the main issue that brought indigenous peoples to the United Nations to complain about how they are being either driven away from their lands, no, because of big infrastructure and development projects, but also because of business interests, whether in industry, mining, or agriculture, and of course, even conservation projects, no? Like the creation of national parks. As a rapporteur, I made a special report on this, and it really shows you how very good intentions, you know, in the end, result into such kinds of violations of rights, no? Just a few months ago, we have been dealing with the displacement of around 100,000 Maasai indigenous peoples. These are pastoralists in Tanzania, no? In the Loliondo Park and the Ngorongoro National Park, simply because prints from from United Arab Emirates bought the place and want to convert the place into their hunting grounds or game parks. No, and that's causing a lot of problems now. Lots of legal cases are being brought before the courts, and it's still an ongoing problem. So that just sort of shows how those kinds of efforts to either develop protected areas, conservation areas, under the guise of protecting biological diversity, or even the establishment of renewable energy projects. These are still issues that indigenous peoples face, no? So there are multiple lands, territories, and resources cases, that are already, some decisions have been made, some are still ongoing. No, and then of course the issue of militarization, armed conflicts, and the criminalization of indigenous peoples. That's another report that I developed. When I was a rapporteur, I had consultations with indigenous peoples in various parts of the world to look at how the justice system is actually used against them. No, there are all these false cases filed against them, and in the end, they either end up in jail, or some of them are actually extrajudicially killed. Of course, in the Philippines, one of the worst developments that have happened is this national task force to end local communist armed conflict, the NTFL-CAC, which is something that continues up to now. Yeah, in fact, 2 or 3 days ago, there was a hearing in the Baguio City Council because the commissioner of the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples have been red tagging people everywhere, even the mayor, even some of the council members. So there was a hearing that was done, and it's really, I mean, you can just imagine how these people who are supposed to be protecting indigenous people's rights behave. And they think they just can get away with those kinds of things, even without any basis. Of course, forced displacement and forced assimilation. This continuous assimilation efforts are actually that's really one of the reasons why indigenous peoples also went to the UN, because there were several policies that forces them to assimilate into the dominant society and totally ignores their own distinct governance systems, or legal systems, or even the justice systems that they have, as well as the cultures, of course. One of the main headlines is the continuing violation of the right to self-determination, and I saw in the program that one of our colleagues is going to speak on this, which is, so I will not dwell on that so much. The inadequacy and inappropriateness of basic social services, which has compelled indigenous peoples to also set up their own social services, their own health systems, to promote their own traditional healing practices, as well as use of their own medicinal plants, among others. Of course, the lack of consultation, the exclusion, and in the Philippines, the wrong or non-implementation of free prior informed consent. That's the other issue that was brought to the attention of the commissioner in the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, because they just give the certification of free prior informed consent without really consulting the right people who will be directly affected by any project brought to their territories. We have been calling for a long time for the disaggregated data. We have been having meetings with the Philippine Statistics Authority on whether they can disaggregate data on indigenous peoples, just so we will really have a good, with the right number. In the Philippines, they always say that indigenous peoples are 15% of the total population. So if that's so, and we are 100 billion, but now I think we're more, then we have around 15 million indigenous peoples. But if you look at the map, there was a map that has been developed by the Department of Environment, and you will see that even in the territories, they occupy the territories where the highest levels of biodiversity and ecosystem protection are still there, no? And globally, the World Bank has done a study which says that 80% of the world's biodiversity in forests are actually found in indigenous territories, no? And that kind of that finding has really pushed indigenous peoples to further lobby for the establishment of mechanisms, not just within the Biodiversity Convention, but also with the Climate Change Convention, to recognize this and to reward and to support, provide more incentives for indigenous peoples to continue and to address, to challenge the laws, no, that have undermined the continuing practices and knowledge of indigenous peoples in natural resource management, no? And of course, the issue of violence against indigenous women and girls is also an issue, whether it's done internally or outside. And that's one of the reasons why we also went to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women to push for a general comment on indigenous women and girls, no? And finally, last year, the CEDAW has come up with General Recommendation 39, which is on indigenous women and girls. And this reiterates, the need to provide additional support for the assertion of the rights of indigenous women and girls to, of course, occupy equal positions and political participation in their own territories. Globalization and the multiple crises, whether this is economic, environmental, or even cultural, is directly affecting indigenous peoples. I've done a study as well on the impact of international and bilateral and multilateral foreign investments, direct investments on indigenous peoples, and you will see that in several countries, it's because the government has agreed to a bilateral agreement, with a company or another state, that the encroachment into indigenous lands and territories has been facilitated. In fact, some countries, some governments have filed a case. For instance, I remember, and when I was still chairing the permanent forum, Bolivia brought a case where they had to stop a silver mine from mining in Bolivia, and then the company filed a case against Bolivia because they have a bilateral agreement. And the government said, what can we do? The indigenous people stop the mining operations, and we have a law that also protects indigenous people's rights. So even states who are somehow sensitive, a little sensitive to indigenous peoples, they are also subjected to cases precisely because of those kinds of protection that they provide based on their own legal system, and of course the fact of the strength of the indigenous movements in those communities. For indigenous peoples, there is of course the continuing struggle and resistance, and they have done this through different processes. There are treaty-making processes. They have strengthened customary governance and justice systems, and their traditional knowledge and practices in protecting their lands and their resources. In fact, this is one of the inspirations that I've got when I was a rapporteur, because I went to several countries and I've seen how autonomous indigenous municipalities or villages have asserted and they have pushed that they should be the ones protecting their territories and governing their territories. And I've seen this in Colombia, in Ecuador, in Mexico. In fact, I always tell this story in Mexico where there are these Purepecha people who fought against the drug cartels as well as the politicians because there was a massive lagging in their community in Michoacan. They fought against it. They put barricades against the lagging trucks bringing out the trees, and then it was led by the women, and then the men went to the municipality to kick out the officials because they said they were the ones colluding with the drug cartels, and of course the companies. and they put their own people, no, as the officials. They've selected among themselves who should be the officials. The Mexican government filed a case against the people, the Purepecha people, saying that what they did was illegal, and they contested it, they challenged it, they brought it before the courts, and the Supreme Court made a decision in favor of indigenous peoples. They said, actually, in our constitution, you do recognize indigenous governance systems, no? That indigenous governments can coexist, no, in the country. So they won the case, and then when I visited Mexico, I did an official visit in Mexico. I spoke to the authorities, to the government authorities. I said, I met with these people, and this was the story that they have, and I would like to know, because they claim that because they took over and they don't allow political parties to come in to campaign, among others, their well-being and security is much better. The drug cartels are not able to go to recruit their children to become drug mules, and the deforestation has stopped, and their well-being is better. And I said, do you agree? And they said, actually, it's true, you know. We did also our own analysis, and we saw that they are in a much better shape than they were before. No, so that just for me, that's why a lot of the work that we're doing in Tibtiba right now is really community strengthening the supporting the local empowerment processes that indigenous peoples are undertaking. Because I say that, you know, whatever happens to the bigger world, if the indigenous peoples continue to govern themselves and pursue their own development, which is sensitive to their cultures and identities, then maybe we have a chance, no, to save what we would like to save and see as a future for our children, of course, and for the present generation. So that is what gives me that kind of passion, no, to work more along local empowerment processes. And we have partners in different parts of the world, in Africa and Asia and Latin America, whom we are supporting, providing the support for them to do this, no? And of course, the establishment of norms, laws, and spaces, no, where indigenous peoples are participating, whether at the global level, at the national level, and also at the regional levels, no? And we also train indigenous peoples to make use of the mechanisms for redress and complaints mechanisms that are available. Of course, we work for the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is really the foundation of many of the policies that we are pushing everywhere, whether in the environmental agreements, no, among whether in, of course, the human rights arena, but even in the issue of trade, no, and economic agreements, no. So I won't go into this because I'm sure somebody is going to speak more about that. Just to say that, of course, there are these existing norms, and I just listed here the history of the development of various norms and spaces, no. And it was in 2002 where the UN Special Rapporteur mechanism was established, and I was able to occupy this space for 6 years. And this is a very good mechanism because then it gives a bigger visibility to situations of indigenous peoples, both thematic, you know, issues that they face as well as country reports, no? So later I can show you the website where you can see the reports that I have presented before the General Assembly or the Commission or the Human Rights Council, which highlights several of the findings and conclusions that I have. Of course, in the Philippines, we have the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, no, and I am glad that Cedfrey is here. He is one of the main characters involved in this law, and we need to really look more closely whether these are being implemented as we would like it to be, no? Of course, we have the policies. We fought for policies in the various UN bodies, the UNDP, the International Fund for Agriculture Development, even the Green Climate Fund. No, we were the ones who pushed for the indigenous people's policy. So they used the policy to assess how they are including indigenous peoples when they are funding projects supported by the Green Climate Fund. No? So in the UN climate change, I mentioned about the mechanism. There is now a subsidiary body that's called Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform for Sharing of Traditional Knowledge. And Indigenous peoples are half of the members as well as governments. And of course, we have the working group on Article 8J of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Indigenous peoples have been active in influencing the global platform for the Biodiversity Convention for the 2030 global platform. And we managed to bring in the need to use the human rights-based approach, no? In promoting and pushing for and doing actions related to protection, conservation, and sustainable use of biological diversity. Okay, so what are the remaining challenges? No, there is still we still have to say that there are still significant gaps in the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and among others, no? And even court decisions. You know, for you lawyers, if you recall, there was this famous Awastingni case that was decided in the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, where they gave lands to the Awastingni and the Mayagda communities in Nicaragua, no, after this was being claimed by a South Korean company. And that was like a very celebrated case, but when I was in Nicaragua, I think just before the COVID thing, I met with them and they said that actually the decisions have not really been implemented, and that is like more than 20 years already, no? And some of their lands are still being taken over, settlers are still going to their communities, no? So that just goes to show how difficult it is to implement the declaration. One of the other things that I found also is of course, the overrepresentation of indigenous peoples in the penal systems, in the prisons. No, I did a visit in Australia, and it's an official visit. And in Australia, 4% of the total population are Aborigines, no? But 50% of people who are in jail are the Aborigines. And so you can see how I went to visit the jails for the children. The age of criminality is 10 years old, no? And then I went to visit the children's, the prison, the women's prison, and you will be shocked about, I said, why are you here? I asked one child, and the child said, I was caught stealing an apple. And how many years have you been here? He said, 7 years. No, just that because there is no legal support for them. Of course, the women, some of the women I talked with, I said, what was your crime? I didn't pay my parking fines. No, it's as silly as that, but they are there in the jails. And so when I spoke to the Minister of Justice of Australia, and I said, you know, clearly this is a case of systemic discrimination and racism. I said, there's no such thing. I said, of course there is. How can you explain these facts? I mean, how can you justify having this kind of situation where 4% of the population are 50% of people in jail? No, this is really unacceptable. And so that's just to show the kind of racism and discrimination that continues to exist. And of course, some of you may know, when we voted for the adoption of the declaration by the General Assembly, only 4 countries voted against it. And these countries are the US, Australia, New Zealand, and what's the other country? I don't even remember now. The US and Canada, yeah, and it's crazy. So we had to, as a rapporteur, I had to go to them to say, can you withdraw? I know as a rapporteur, as the chair of the permanent forum, no, can you withdraw your vote, your no vote? And eventually they did, no, but it took us several years. So those are the continuing challenges in terms of the implementation of the laws, of the norms, international instruments, as well as the court decisions, no? that have been passed and already that's in favor of indigenous peoples. There's another case which is in Indonesia, closer to back home. In the indigenous peoples filed a case in the Constitutional Court of Indonesia saying that many of the so-called state forests are actually indigenous forests. These are customary forests of indigenous peoples. No, so there was a lot of research mapping that they have done to show that we were the ones who have protected this forest, and eventually the Constitutional Court ruled in favor of the indigenous people. So they started going to the forest to put banners saying, these are our forests, this is not a state forest, just to assert that they were the ones who protected it and they should be continuing to have control over this forest. No? So those are just some of the things that we'll see. But they said, I talked to them recently, they said, we still have to see the implementation because now palm oil plantations are still very aggressive. No, they are still, of course, palm oil plantation is one of the main economic growth factor for Indonesia. So those are the fights that they still continue to have. No? So I said that the persistence of racism and discrimination in many policies and laws against indigenous peoples. The other, of course, NCIP in the Philippines is another issue. No, we have the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. It's supposed to implement the declaration, the IPRA, Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, and it's not doing its task. Just a few days ago, I had a meeting with educators and linguists because we held 2 conferences on national on indigenous languages, and NCIP isn't even there. No, we held a lot of, we invited them to participate. We invited them to at least have the one in charge of education to talk. And even the Ministry of Education says the NCIP is not very much involved. No, so this is the kind of picture that we have. The bodies that are dealing with indigenous peoples are underfunded, very weak. The staff are not the appropriate kind of people who should be working on this, the promotion of these rights, among others. No? And then, of course, as I mentioned, the criminalization and red tagging. No? Even I, as a special rapporteur, theoretically, I'm supposed to have immunity against the cases or charges being filed against me. But if you recall, during the Duterte time, I was included in the list of 600 so-called terrorists. And just recently, we had community-based dialogues in Kalinga, where we worked with the Commission on Human Rights and the Army and the police. And then in the middle of this dialogue, they suddenly flashed a PowerPoint presentation with my face, saying that, I'm a terrorist and that I am a member of the Communist Party and I was assigned to infiltrate the UN. So that's why I became the UN Special Rapporteur. I worked for the declaration. I was the chair of the Permanent Forum. I said, what the hell? You think that's going to destroy me? That will even put me in a higher level, because how can I be so good to allow myself to do that? This is something that we did, indigenous peoples did. But anyway, that continues, and there is a big book, if you have seen the book that they have published, being distributed by the NCIP, and there are 2 pages, long pages, just on me. So that's the kind of thing that you see in mainly as far as indigenous peoples are concerned. Any kind of delegitimization that they can do, they will do that. Fortunately, at least we still have that kind of contact with our own people. So not many people don't believe, but the consequences. And people say, why are you still in the Philippines? I said, where else will I go? I don't like to live elsewhere, and besides, I don't think they will just do anything they like with the kind of visibility that I have. But that's the problem, if you are not visible, you don't have that kind of support, anytime they can just go after you. And that's what many indigenous peoples, not just in the Philippines, also in Mexico, in Ecuador, that's also happening. But what I can say about those countries, at least they don't kill judges. In the Philippines, judges are also being killed right and left. But in those places, actually, they're not. So there are some things that we can say are good. So yeah, okay. So just to end, I mentioned already some of the spaces and the decisions that are made. there is this intergovernmental panel on biodiversity and ecosystem services, which finally recognized that indigenous people's knowledge and practices are actually equivalent to modern science. Because of course, one of the problems we face is that we were branded as superstitious, unscientific, paganistic, etc., etc. But now there is that recognition. So there is an effort to bring together traditional knowledge holders, there is of course, the decade of indigenous languages, which we fought hard for, and that was one of the work that we are dealing with, how to implement the global plan of action. Because the UNESCO says there are 7,000 languages left in the world today, 5,000 of these are spoken by indigenous peoples. No, in the Philippines, there are 170 languages. Almost 90% of these are indigenous languages. And if we don't really push the effort to revitalize, rehabilitate, and transmit these languages, that kind of cultural diversity and intellectual diversity will be lost. Because we're not just talking here about language, we're talking about learning systems, views, worldviews, culture, among others. No? So that's we are trying to make use of that opportunity to really push for the Department of Education to do something about this. In fact, we had a meeting yesterday talking about how the Department of Education came up with a resolution saying that we should get rid of mother tongue, and that's terrible because many indigenous peoples have really valued the use of their languages in schools, So we are going to have an audience with the Department of Education to challenge them on that, And then I mentioned about the community-based dialogues, with the indigenous peoples and the security forces, just so they will remove the red tagging, The one that we held in Pasil was attended by the indigenous peoples, the local government authorities, Commission on Human Rights, and as I mentioned earlier, that's already presented a PowerPoint with my face on it. But in the end, the security forces, we are going to withdraw our categorization of this place as a communist-infested area. Because the community, they came and they said, we're not. In fact, even some of our children who became members of the New People's Army, we pulled some of them because we also don't believe that that's the way to go. So I always tell the security officials, we are part of nation building and we are participating in whatever we can. But if you start accusing people and communities, then you are further strengthening that kind of tension and conflict, and there will never be an end to this. But that's the challenge maybe that I want to give to you also as academia. How do you disabuse the mindsets of the military people and the police, really give them very good human rights education, because the training that they have is just like that. Whoever fights against the government is the enemy of the people, period. Whatever position you have in this world, if you are critical, then you are an enemy. That's the kind of thinking that they have, and I have been meeting with several of them. In fact, because of the accusation against me, and then there was my sister there was a shoot to kill order against my sister, and then my brother last year was abducted in Tabuk. So I had to reach out to all the security officers that I know to let them withdraw those kinds of, and of course to find my brother. And finally, so I called up all the people, the army people whom I met because of the case, the accusation against me. It was an opportunity for me to ask, Hermogenes Esperon, who is the National Security Advisor, who came from the same high school as I, and told him to set up that kind of meeting so I can talk to the authorities about these things that are happening. And when these things happened in my family, I did call them, and finally my sister we went to get my sister, in our town to have all these charges against her dropped, and also finally after 24 hours my brother was located. They brought him back. He was abducted by armed men, and the history of being abducted, you would just be salvaged. Fortunately, because of the call and the campaign and the nationwide and global campaigns that we did, maybe they got scared about it, because when I asked my brother what happened, he said, when they had me blindfolded and I was in a house that a place I don't even know, and then suddenly there were all these phone calls that they have been responding to, and in the end they said, okay, you dress up, we're going to bring you back. But that's one thing that we really need to take advantage of. We have to have those links with those authorities who can do something about this potential disastrous developments. And we don't give up on it, get all the phones. I was so happy I got all their phone numbers, so when these things happen, I directly call them. And it makes a big difference. Imagine, in fact, my family said, wow, if we don't have those kinds of links, that's it. But for me, personally, that's the kind of problem that not only we face, but also many indigenous peoples, not just in the Philippines, but in other parts of the world as well. So the vigilance that's needed has to be really ensured. And of course, the legal system, we have to continuously challenge the legal system, not to allow for those kinds of injustices to continue happening, And okay, I think that's it. That's it. I have 33 minutes because we started late. But that's basically what I wanted to share with you. And what, of course, the opportunities and the challenges, especially, is to enhance the partnership with academia. I was telling our friend, Professor Felipe, because I was invited to teach also in Diosto University. And the indigenous peoples that I've met in my stint as a rapporteur, several of them underwent the courses that you had, because you provide them scholarships, and they will stay there for several months, I think, and that many of these leaders are able now to participate in several spaces and also actively engage their governments. So the role of the the academia can never be underestimated, And the other role is for you to educate lawyers and judges. That's one of the issues that I face as a rapporteur. I had a meeting with the Supreme Court justices in Ecuador, and I was asking them, how are they including or integrating the customary justice system? Because there are strong justice systems there. And the Supreme Court judge said, well, actually, in the law, we are supposed to integrate, but we are not doing anything, because many of our colleagues think that indigenous people's justice system means flogging, the victim, punishing them in the most in ways that are against human rights, etc. I said, but that's just those are just myths. When I talk to them, that's not what they do. He said, yes, I understand, but we have to educate our own judges ourselves, and to have them talk, have a dialogue with the traditional justice authorities. So in the Philippines, to a certain degree, there is that kind of like decentralization where some indigenous authorities are also given that part. But maybe that's something that needs to be worked much more on. There are these call to codify customary systems, and I know that Tedoray, for instance, developed their customary laws. They codified it, but many indigenous people said, we won't like to codify, because this is the dynamic system, it's always evolving. The moment you codify, then it sort of becomes static. So there are all these debates, even amongst indigenous peoples, but that's really one big area, the justice systems. How do you integrate indigenous justice systems with the modern system, the ordinary system, And what are the things that you need to do to be able to educate both the lawyers as well as the justices, So I'd like to end with that, and thank you again for inviting me, and I'm going to listen to our colleagues who will be making their own contributions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vicky, for sharing your rich experience and insights on your work in protecting and working with indigenous peoples globally and in the Philippines. Now, as shared by Ma'am Vicky, we see that there are different IPs all over the world, or indigenous peoples communities. But we have common issues, and as you said, those common issues are also experienced here in the Philippines. But even with all those challenges that were presented, thank you for presenting as well the spaces where we can work to further promote and protect the rights of the indigenous peoples communities. So for our audience, if you have any questions, please reserve them. We have dedicated time later after all our experts have presented for an open forum. So to proceed, we will be hearing from Professor Felipe Gomez. He will be talking about the international legal framework on indigenous peoples' rights, which includes mechanisms for protections as well. So Professor Felipe holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and Economics and a doctorate degree in International Law from the University of the Justo. He's currently a professor of international law at the University of the Justo, where he teaches at the Bilbao campus. Professor Felipe also teaches courses on BA courses on international law and human rights, both in Spanish and English, and masteral courses on international protection of human rights and women's rights. He is part of the research team on social and cultural challenges in a changing world, recognized under a Category A by the Basque government from 2013 and 2018. So without further ado, let us all welcome Professor Felipe Gomez.
Okay, good morning. Well, many thanks for the kind introduction. And well, again, it's a pleasure to be here today with you. And it is a great pleasure to be able to speak after Vicky Tablicorpus, one of the protagonists of all the elements that I'm going to refer to. So I'm overwhelmed. I'm going to be much more boring than her, because I'm going to talk about the legal developments. But of course, as Vicky has said, this is a joint effort. We need good lawyers. We need good laws. But we also need good people from below working and designing good strategies to implement the law. Because this is the main challenge today. I mean, the situation of indigenous peoples has, of course, has something to do, but has nothing to do with the lack of laws, with the lack of the legal framework. The legal framework, as I'm going to explain right now, has evolved a lot in the last 2-3 decades. I mean, the developments are impressive. But the main problem, according to the former Special Rapporteur Rodolfo Stavenhagen, he referred to the so-called implementation gap. So that's the main challenge. So there is no need of more laws. There is no need of more international treaties or declarations. They're there. The question is how to implement them in the Philippines, in Mexico, in the different areas where indigenous peoples are facing very, very significant challenges. So thanks, Vicky, and thank you for your interest. Well, first of all, I'm going to refer to the terminological variety. Sorry. Yeah. There are different terms to refer to indigenous peoples, and the language is not neutral, okay? And the terms have a meaning behind them. First of all, the symbolism of the term Indian, especially in the Latin American context, when you refer to an indigenous people, an indigenous person as an Indian, that has a very negative consequence. It has a very pejorative and very negative attitude vis-a-vis that person. So the term Indian, again, especially in the Latin American context, has a very negative elements. Indigenous cultural communities, that is a term used in the Philippines. Native Americans in the U.S., because before the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant people of the U.S., there were native communities and Native Americans in the U.S., but they were forced to go to the West in the process of colonization of the Americans. First Nations in the Canadian context, Native communities in Peru. Our colleague Emilio Armaza. He's from Peru. That's the term used in the Peruvian context. Aboriginals, especially in Australia, in New Zealand, in a number of countries in the Pacific. Originary peoples in the Bolivian context, to refer to they're the ones that were there before the Spaniards arrived, the Spanish colonizers arrived. Nationalities in Ecuador. So there are a number of terms to refer to the term coined by the UN, indigenous peoples. And also this distinction and this dilemma between to be considered as a people or as a population. And especially in the UN context, for a number of years, for a number of decades, there was a discussion between states and the indigenous peoples, because states didn't want to recognize these peoples as peoples because of the legal consequences that be considered as people can have. And then, on the other hand, indigenous peoples, they wanted to be considered as real peoples. So, once again, the terms and the terminological battle is relevant. And especially, and this is a very important point, indigenous peoples, they do not want to be defined by the state. They want to define them by themselves. So that's the main point. And if you have a look to the UN DRIP, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the most relevant universal legal framework when it comes to the recognition of indigenous peoples' rights, there's no definition. There's no definition because indigenous peoples denied and rejected to be defined by states. So again, the terms and the terminological debate is a relevant one. Well, I'm not going to deal with the definition that can be found in Article 1 of the ILO Convention 169, but there are a number of elements that can be established. But again, the definition, this is the orthodox definition that can be found in this convention. And there are, first of all, the so-called the objective criteria, tribal peoples in independent countries whose social, cultural, and economic conditions distinguish them from other sections of the national community. So indigenous peoples are different, the recognition of difference, and whose status is regulated wholly or partially by their own customs or traditions or by special laws or regulations. So they have their own legal system, they have their own customs, they have their own traditions, they have their own judges, traditional judges, and this has to be recognized, as Vicky was referring to. And the second criteria has to do with the process of colonization. In most cases, indigenous peoples were colonized. Peoples in independent countries were regarded as indigenous on account of their descent from the populations which inhabited the country at the time of the conquest or colonization. So this link with the colonization process is also part of the definition of indigenous peoples. And then the second criteria is the subjective criteria, and this is the most relevant criteria for indigenous peoples themselves, self-identification. They want to be able to define themselves as indigenous. Self-identification as indigenous or tribal shall be regarded as a fundamental criterion for determining the groups to which the provisions of this convention apply. We will refer to the ILO convention later on in terms of the status of ratification, but this is, again, the orthodox definition of indigenous peoples, globally speaking. Well, I'm not going to deal with the current situation because Vicky Taulicorpus has referred to it, but these are some elements, very briefly, some elements that can be developed when it comes to the situation, the global situation of indigenous peoples worldwide. First of all, there are around 300 million in all continents, more or less 5% of the global population. Poverty and underdevelopment, these are two elements that characterize most indigenous peoples in different places. Historical discrimination and marginalization and exclusion. This is also an element that characterizes indigenous peoples. Illiteracy, especially among women. The impact of armed conflicts, the cases of Guatemala, Colombia, the Philippines, and how the dynamics of the armed conflict have specifically and very negatively affected the rights of indigenous peoples. The increasing pressure on their natural resources, On Tuesday, we heard this term, development aggression, and in the name of development, some crimes have been committed against indigenous peoples, and some systematic violations of their rights have been committed in the name of development, in the name of progress. And last but not least, they're overrepresented among the victims of threats and attacks as human rights defenders and as environmental defenders. Once again, on Tuesday, I referred to this statistic by Global Witness, an NGO that deals with the situation of environmental defenders, but also there are some reports by the Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples' Rights or the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders. 40% of the victims, 40% are indigenous. So that means that indigenous peoples are overrepresented when it comes to the attacks, to the threats, and to the killings and disappearances of indigenous peoples in the context of land rights or in the context of the defense of environmental rights. So this is, again, some elements, some bullet points that refer to the global situation of indigenous peoples. Well, yeah, the situation of indigenous peoples under international law is characterized by a situation of marginalization. Historically speaking, traditional international law played a major role in the dramatic history of conquest, usurpation of indigenous people's sovereignty, and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources. International law was a tool used by the big powers to justify and to legalize colonization. I'm sure that especially those studying law, and for those of you that have studied Roman law, there's a very interesting concept, terra nullius, no man's land. Well, this concept was used to justify the colonization of the Americas and the colonization of the African continent. And it was used by the European powers, by the big powers, to legally justify colonization. International law became an hegemonic discourse and a source of domination worldwide. Well, the situation started to change in the 20th century. The so-called contemporary international law, after the First World War, after the 1920s, progressively changed its approach, but still under the so-called assimilationist paradigm, assimilationist approach. The goal was to get rid of the indigenous elements of a people, to become civilized, to go through progress, to develop, and to become as the dominant groups of society. And this is a provision, a very interesting provision that can be found in the Covenant of the League of Nations. The League of Nations was created after the First World War, and the Covenant was the constitutive treaty of this international organization, actually the first international organization in the modern sense of the term. Well, this Article 22 is amazing. Amazing. It's full of racism, full of paternalism, and look at the terms that are used to refer to some peoples. Of course, this was an attempt to justify a posteriori, ex post facto, the process of colonization to those colonies and territories, because the situation was the following. After the First World War, the colonies of those countries that lost the war, especially Italy and Germany, well, something had to be done with these colonies. And what did they do? They placed these colonies under the sovereignty, under the mandate of either the UK or France. So they didn't get independence. Why? Because these regions are inhabited by, I quote, peoples not yet able to stand by themselves. It's like children that have to be taken care of, okay, like minors, under the strenuous conditions of the modern world. The modern world is too complex for some peoples to manage. So this is the message. And this is not the Middle Age. This is 1920, so 100 years ago. The international treaty, again, that created the League of Nations, that gave rise to the emergence of the very first international organization. And second, there should be applied the principle that the well-being and development, once again the term development, Actually, this is the first time that an international treaty referred and incorporated the term development. Look in which context. Of such people form a sacred trust of civilization. So in the end, the message is, we Europeans were selected by God to save these poor peoples, poor African peoples that cannot manage by themselves. So this is the message. I mean, this provision, I always share this provision with my students, because most of them, they don't know about it, but is again very illustrative of the mindset of the people, of the relevant people that created the League of Nations after the First World War, again in this ideological context in which colonization was still justified, both legally but also from a moral and even from a religious point of view. Okay, so this is the dangerous message and the dangerous ideological background that explain this Article 22 of the Covenant of the League of Nations. Well, then we have ILO Convention 107. This is the very first international treaty that the international community adopted to deal with the situation of indigenous peoples. It was developed in the 50s, in the 1957, and again, the main goal, the main aim of this international treaty was not to recognize indigenous people's rights. No. Indigenous people should be protected and should be assimilated, because again, governments shall have the primary responsibility for developing coordinated and systematic action for the protection of the populations, not peoples. At that time, governments still refer to these communities as populations, not peoples, concerned, and their progressive integration into the life of their respective countries. So the aim, the goal, was not to recognize and to protect rights, but to integrate those peoples into the dominant society, getting rid of their language, their customs, their judicial systems, their clothes, and so on and so forth. So again, and this is the 50s. This is not the Middle Age, when Christopher Columbus discovered America. No, this is very recent. Yeah. Then in the 70s, I mean, the turning point is the 70s and the 80s, when, according to some, especially Latin American scholars, Pepe Bengoa from Chile, or Rodolfo Stavenhagen from Mexico, they refer to the so-called indigenous emergence. So there was a new scenario, a new context in which indigenous peoples started to emerge and started to play a role, both domestically but also internationally. So this is the critical period where this whole movement for the promotion and protection of indigenous people's rights started. And international law, and particularly international human rights law, became a very powerful discursive resource for indigenous peoples. They used and they incorporated some of the concepts and some of the norms of international law and of international human rights law to advance their own struggle, to advance their own points. And it was an interesting process of empowerment, and Vicky has referred again to this very relevant concept, the concept of empowerment. And we have to put on the table, and we have to admit that the United Nations was very open, was very receptive, very positive to the demands by indigenous peoples. And the UN opened institutional spaces and avenues for the participation of indigenous peoples, and indigenous people used the UN as a mobilizing structure to increase their visibility and to advance their claims. Some scholars have referred to this process as a process of decolonization of both international law and the UN. Well, we could discuss about it, but again, we have to admit, and that's my point, that the UN was relatively open to the demands by indigenous peoples. And this process has allowed indigenous peoples to transform from victims to actors and from objects of protection to subjects of rights. So this is the main element and the main significant change and conceptual change when it comes to the situation of indigenous peoples at a global level. Again, from victims to actors and from objects of protection to subjects of rights. And this is not only a terminological shift, so there's much substance in it. And the culmination of this process came in two layers, in two avenues. First of all, at the legal level, the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And again, I like to recognize the significant role played by Vicky in this, Vicky and many others in this process. We will refer to it later on. And second, from an institutional point of view, the creation of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in 2000, that was also a significant step forward in terms of the institutionalization of indigenous people's rights within the United Nations framework. So both from a legal point of view, but also from an institutional point of view. Well, the legal evolution accompanied this process. I'm not going to go into the detail, but the point is that in most regions of the world, significant developments took place in legal terms to progressively recognize indigenous people's rights, either in the constitution or with specific laws, like the case of the Philippines. In the Constitution of '87, there is a reference, very small and brief reference to indigenous people's rights, but then there is a law. There is a law adopted in, an act adopted in '97 for the promotion and protection of indigenous people's rights. Well, the same in most countries of Latin America, from Mexico to Argentina to Colombia, Bolivia, Ecuador. The only exception is Chile. Chile is the only country whose constitution is still the constitution of Pinochet, the constitution of the dictatorship, adopted in the 80s. Now they're going through a very interesting process of the change of the constitution, but still they haven't adopted a new constitution yet. The same in the US. Some norms also recognize those rights. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, again the Philippines. So from a legal point of view, once again, the developments were relevant, especially in the 90s. At the same time, at international level, a new ILO convention substituted the old one. Remember the old one, the 107, adopted in 1957, with this assimilationist paradigm? Well, the new ILO Convention 169 adopted a totally different framework, a totally different goal, a totally different ideological background. Because this convention, and I'm going to refer to the very preamble, in the preamble it says the following: considering that the developments which have taken place in international law since 1957, the date of the adoption of the old one, the old convention, as well as the developments in the situation of indigenous peoples in all regions of the world, have made it appropriate to adopt new international standards on the subject with a view to removing the assimilationist paradigm. And actually, the new paradigm is based on rights, is based on the recognition of indigenous people's rights. So ILO Convention 169, the current framework, the current legal framework, was adopted in 1989. It goes from assimilation to the recognition of indigenous peoples as subjects of rights. It also acknowledges both individual rights but also collective rights, the right to land and territories, natural resources, indigenous jurisdiction, very important, the traditional systems of justice, very relevant. Consultation as an essential pillar, but the main problem is the poor ratification. Actually, only one Asian country has ratified ILO Convention 169, and not the Philippines. And I don't think that is on the table, that is an issue in the Philippines, the ratification of ILO Convention 169. Okay? It's a good legal framework, but again, the main problem is that basically it's Latin American countries, the ones that have most ratified the ILO Convention 169, only one Asian country, only one African, the Central African Republic, so, and then some European states. But this is the main problem when it comes to ILO Convention 169. And then the UN DRIP. The UN DRIP is the most recent legal framework. It is not an international treaty. It is a UN declaration, so it's part of this soft law. It's a soft law document. It's not a hard law. It's not an international treaty. But irrespective of the legal nature, in practice, it's playing a major role. And it's acquiring legal status in the different, especially in the different UN bodies that are dealing and that are applying this legal framework. Well, it was adopted in 2007, on 13 September 2007, after a very long and very complex process, more than 25 years of discussions, of negotiations at the UN level. Indigenous peoples were the main driving force and the main participants, and this is something that, again, has to be recognized. States were not, states were reluctant to adopt the UN DRIP. They didn't want it, but they were forced. They were lobbied by indigenous peoples, and in the end, they had no option but to adopt this legal framework. Well, the final vote is very illustrative, okay? Because the overwhelming majority of the General Assembly of the UN voted for, including the Philippines. So the Philippines voted in favor of the UN DRIP. And again, that has consequences, both political consequences but also legal consequences for the Philippines, having voted for the UN DRIP in the final vote in New York in the context of the General Assembly of the UN. There were 11 abstentions, so 11 states that didn't vote for but didn't vote against, so they abstained in the final vote. And there were four votes against the UN DRIP, the so-called the hardliners, okay? The US, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Although, as Vicky has rightly pointed out, they all have changed their official positions. Under the Obama administration, they changed their position. Australia and New Zealand, they've also changed their position, and also Canada. So that's a good development. That's good news. Okay? So their position, their official position now is more positive towards the UN DRIP. Well, in terms of the content, in terms of the substance, the UN DRIP is a combination of existing rights and new rights. It goes, again, beyond individual rights. It also recognizes collective rights. Self-determination, I'm not going to refer to it because Gaspar Gonzalez is going to deal specifically with the question of the right to self-determination. But it is the first time in history that there is an explicit recognition of the right to self-determination of indigenous peoples, together with the right to autonomy, Article 3 and Article 4 of the UN DRIP, but the very first time. So that's a very interesting development that took place in 2007. The right to land, territory, and natural resources, a key right for indigenous peoples, the right to development, free, prior, and informed consent, and also, last but not least, the reference to historic injustices. And once again, this is the very first time in history that an official document of the UN does refer explicitly to historical injustices and the indigenous peoples as object of these historical injustices. And this is a very relevant point. And this is the provision that can be found in the preamble of the UN DRIP. The GA, the General Assembly, is concerned that the indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices. So this is a history of historical marginalization, of historical exclusion at economic, social, cultural, political level. Historic injustices as a result of, inter alia, their colonization and dispossession of their lands, territories, and resources, thus preventing them from exercising, in particular, their right to development. So first of all, there's an explicit recognition of the existence of a history of oppression, a history of marginalization, and how this history is connected with the process of colonization and the consequence. It has had a consequence, a negative consequence in the capacity, in the exercise of the right to develop. So again, from a substantive point of view, this reference to historical injustices, in my view, is a very relevant. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the preamble. Okay. Again, indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices. The reference to colonization, lands, and the reference to the right to development. Well, legally speaking, again, the UNDRIP has become a parameter of reference for a number of UN bodies and regional human rights organs. So, irrespective of the legal nature, because again, it's not a hard law document, it's not an international treaty, but irrespective of that, it's been used. It's been used, and this is very important. Well, the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Peoples' Rights, actually, it is meeting these days in New York. Well, they continuously refer to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The same with the Special Rapporteur. If you have a look to some of the reports developed by Vicky as a Special Rapporteur, she referred, as the legal framework, she referred to the UNDRIP. The same with the expert mechanism on the rights of indigenous peoples based in Geneva. Well, the UN treaty bodies, the Human Rights Committee, the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, the CEDAW Committee, they all refer, when dealing with cases involving indigenous peoples, they refer to the UNDRIP. Well, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, this is a court composed of judges. Well, they refer to the UNDRIP. They not only refer to the ILO Convention 169, they also refer to the UNDRIP, to this soft law document. So in practice, it's having legal consequences. It's been used more and more by the different bodies. The same with the African Commission and the African Court of Human and People's Rights. There's a very interesting case, very recent case, the Ogie case, actually the first indigenous case adopted and taken by the African Court, and it explicitly refers to the UNDRIP. So again, and this is the message, irrespective of the legal nature, it is not a binding norm, it is a recommendation from a substantive point of view. Again, in practice, it's been used. And there are also very interesting domestic developments, both legal but also jurisprudential. For instance, in Bolivia, some days after the adoption in September by the General Assembly of the UNDRIP, in Bolivia, a law adopted the UNDRIP into the Bolivian domestic legal system. So in Bolivia, the UNDRIP is domestic law. The same in Nicaragua, they did the same. Peru, Colombia, Belize, there are some decisions by the Peruvian Constitutional Court, by the Colombian Constitutional Court, and by the Belizean Supreme Court that they also refer to the UNDRIP. So again, and this is the the message, the UNDRIP is having more and more legal status. Well, some conclusions. First of all, the legal and institutional evolution of the rights of indigenous peoples in the last decades is impressive, as you have seen. The ILO Convention 169, domestic developments, the UNDRIP. So again, we don't need, we, indigenous peoples don't need more norms. The norms are there. What they need is implementation, full implementation of those norms. But unfortunately, the situation refers to this so-called implementation gap. This is the main challenge, according to both Rodolfo Stavenhagen, but also according to Vicky Taulikopoulos. We need to implement those norms. And irrespective of the uncertain nature, legal nature of the UNDRIP per se, it has become an unavoidable parameter of reference with dealing with indigenous people's rights. It has a very strong persuasive authority, and it also has an interpretative function. So thank you very much. Salamat po.
Thank you, Professor Felipe, for that very inspiring presentation about the developments of the legal framework, both internationally and regionally. No? So just a few takeaways from that presentation. It just reminded me of a quote that the law can both be a tool for empowerment, but at the same time, it can also be used as a tool to cause injustice. So as seen through the developments of the legal framework on the protection of the rights of indigenous peoples, it started as a tool to institutionalize marginalization. But as we've seen in recent developments, there are a lot and impressive developments in terms of protection. And that kind of shift from marginalization to protection is also seen in the Philippine perspective as well. If you've read the cases of Philippine jurisprudence before, the perspective is protection in the sense that we should keep them as away from the rest of society. But now it's more of having an inclusive society. So thank you again, Professor Felipe. We'll have a 10-minute break before we proceed to the next talk. So we have coffee served outside. You can bring them here inside the venue. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you, everyone. Good morning again, everyone. We'll be starting in a minute or so. So please settle down. For those who are about to get their coffee, you can bring it inside the room so we may start with the next session. To talk about self-determination and indigenous peoples, we have Professor Gaspar Gonzalez, who has a doctorate from the University of Malaga in co-supervision agreement with the University of Campania Luigi Vanvitelli, Italy. I hope I did not butcher that name or that university. Okay, the doctoral thesis was entitled Self-Determination and Secession in Constitutional Democracies, a study of the Spanish case. He is currently a professor of constitutional law at the University of Malaga and was a visiting researcher at Edinburgh Law School, University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom last year. So let us all welcome Professor Gaspar.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning to all the attendees of this seminar. First of all, I would like to thank the Ateneo de Manila Law School and the opportunity that has been given me to take part in this seminar and present, which is part of my PhD research, which I finished last year. Now I present part, as I said, I present part of my PhD research, which I did partly at the University of Malaga in Spain, and the other one is pronounced Universidad del Estudi de la Campania Luigi Vanvitelli. It was with a co-supervision agreement, and it was done between both universities. Today I'm going to talk about self-determination of peoples and specifically especially of indigenous peoples. And first of all, I would like to mention, I would like to develop a chronological analysis of the self-determination of people as a principle and as a right in international law. Admittedly, the principle of self-determination of peoples has been crucial in international law and in the international community in the last century, but especially its most important period was after the Second World War. When the codification of this principle and the regulation of self-determination as a right took place. Nowadays, in many countries, many political parties mentioned the term self-determination, but maybe without knowing the scope of this right and the implications and the consequences and legal effects of this right. And especially I would like to propose a delimitation of this term and of the two dimensions that make up this right. The problem of the confusing uses of this term and all the ambiguity around self-determination is due to the evolutionary nature or character of this right. And that's why it's very difficult to define this right, because this right has had different contents, scopes, and subjects during history. So depending on the specific historic period, this right has implied different things. Um, so the problem, in addition, is that this right and this term, self-determination, has been subject of countless restrictions and deformations by states due to their selfish interests, and that has caused that the regulation of self-determination hasn't been applied properly. So the codification of the term self-determination is a pretty recent thing. Obviously, there have been several mentions to this term at the end of the 19th century and at the beginning of the 20th century, especially by Woodrow Wilson in the aftermath of the First World War. It was one of the 14 points of Woodrow Wilson in order to achieve peace after the First World War. But the codification took place some decades after. I will mention the two dimensions of the self-determination, but I would like to say before that one of them implies the independence and the creation of a new state. And it's true that independence has been something kind of a de facto issue before that codification, and it still is. But before the codification of self-determination was a completely de facto issue. After this, in the aftermath, from the Second World War onwards, self-determination was no longer being considered as a political measure, and it had from then a legal status. And the development, as I'm gonna tell you all, the development of this right has been around a lot of confusion and ambiguity when it comes to determining and delimiting the content, the scope of this right. First of all, I would like to mention the different regulations applied to two different episodes. The United Nations differentiated between colonialism and secessionism, and the regulations are quite different depending on which episodes we are talking about. So the big difference is that to those colonial territories, the right to self-determination is entitled to them. These colonial territories are entitled to exercise the right to self-determination, but those episodes, those territories representing secessionist episodes, cannot exercise this right, and that's a mega difference. So after the Second World War, when the Second World War had come to an end, a lot of colonial territories across the globe claimed freedom and their independence. And obviously there were two different perspectives or two different ways to deal with this issue, which were prevent or hinder these feelings of freedom and prevent that these territories could exercise their self-determination, and other countries in the world that they were quite interested in helping those territories to exercise the self-determination, even if that exercise could imply the independence from that countries. There are some reasons to explain this new decolonization process after the Second World War. First of all, as I said, there were an enormous desire of so many territories around the world, a desire to become independent and to be free. The second reason was the metropolis or the empires, the old empires having those colonial territories, now they are very, very weak after the Second World War. They are very, very weak, and maybe if these territories become independent, could be a really good, a very good thing, a positive thing for those empires. And after that, there was the toleration of the United States of America and the Soviet Union, and like a tolerant stance from these two countries regarding the independence procedures around the world. So there is a clear pressing need to put an end to those circumstances of colonialism across the globe, and the United Nations was quite aware of these circumstances and of this pressing need. And it first declared the term self-determination in its foundational charter, and especially, and what is of particular interest, in so many resolutions from the Second World War onwards. Self-determination was defined and was regulated in so many resolutions, which were the starting point of that codification and development of the right to self-determination. So from then onwards, the right to self-determination gained great importance and relevance around the world. So many colonial territories were claiming to exercise this right, and the United Nations played at that very point of time a crucial role to put an end to the colonialism in the world. So why was the United Nations so aware and interested in putting an end to colonialism? The United Nations considered colonialism as a threat to international peace and justice, and that's why they were quite interested in putting an end. Obviously, it was a big offense, a big attack to the international peace. They were quite aware that the desire of so many colonial territories around the world was unstoppable, and any delay in the application of this right, any intention to hinder the self-determination of colonial territories, was a threat and was a risk of causing new armed conflicts between the empires and those colonial territories that they were absolutely focused on achieving their independence and their self-determination. Those colonial territories, not only colonial territories, any kind of people or collective that was subject to oppression, subjugation, domination, they were marginalized in their own parent state. They suffered infringements of their human rights, and the cultural, economic, and social progress of these territories was quite hindered, and they couldn't fight for the progress. So obviously these situations endangered the international peace of the international community. So the problem was that, the United Nations regulated the self-determination of people as a principle and as a right, but this fact did not entail the effective application of this right. It's true that some colonial territories and oppressed collectives achieved their independence at that very point of time, but sometimes they did not achieve, or they did not attain a real sovereignty of on their territory, and that was named, or that was called neocolonialism. In addition, the new frontiers and the new borders created at that very point of time were established irrespective and regardless of the existence of indigenous peoples, ethnic groups, or any kind of collectives. They were just created lines as borders and frontiers between states, and nobody mind the existence of peoples or collectives that were separated from those new borders. The problem was that was the separation of these peoples and collectives with those borders was the origin of new armed conflicts and new confrontation that even nowadays are still present. The problem was that after the colonization process, during that process, there were countless independents from many colonial and collectives around the world. And obviously, the United Nations was a bit scared of this phenomenon. Obviously, the United Nations wasn't interested in creating a new world made up of many and countless microstates around the world, because of the countless disadvantages of a world made up of microstates. So from then onwards, the United Nations adopted a new stance and a new perspective, and more cautious, refusing the right to self-determination as an absolute right. So obviously, the considerations of the United Nations were quite different in those extra-colonial situations, and that's what is called secessionism. Secessionism has a different regulation than colonialism. The problem was that the regulation of the right to self-determination of peoples in the United Nations resolutions was was very reduced. So it was very ambiguous, and that was the very reason of the application of all the problems that brought about the application of this right. So the United Nations wanted to define the right to self-determination not as a right to become independent or a right to secede. It's not a right. It's not a secession right. And the United Nations was extremely focused on trying to limit this right and try to give and entitle the oppressed collectives, just the oppressed collectives, and not those episodes of secessionism. So the United Nations decided to refuse this right to self-determination to those peoples and those collectives within democratic and constitutional states, which presumably are states observing the rights, the self-governing powers, and the representation of these peoples and rights. If a constitutional state doesn't observe the rights, the self-governing powers, and the representation of all the peoples within them, they are not constitutional or democratic states. They have a different nature. So the legal mean to restrain the self-determination right was establishing the principle of territorial integrity. So the principle of territorial integrity was applied by any state who were observing those fundamental rights or human rights, self-governing powers, and those self-governing powers and those representation of peoples. And what is of particular interest is that distinction between the two dimensions of self-determination of peoples, that is the external dimension and the internal dimension of self-determination. The external self-determination of peoples implies the independence of any people, of any oppressed people or collective. The independence the completely independence and the creation of a new sovereign independent state. Whereas the internal dimension of self-determination implied self-governing powers and a representation within the parent state without discriminations based on religion, race, or belonging to an ethnic or indigenous people. So there's a big difference between these two dimensions. The first one implied independence, but the second one has to observe the principle of territorial integrity. So, but the priority implementation of this principle, of the principle of territorial integrity, had a very important exception. Any state can apply the principle of territorial integrity if it observes the human rights, the self-governing powers, and the representation of all the peoples, ethnic groups, and indigenous peoples within them. But if the state doesn't observe all these things, what happens? Happens that this state cannot apply the principle of territorial integrity. So any desire of freedom or independence or self-governing desire is a threat for this parent state. So if any state wants to apply the principle of territorial integrity and decide that this principle has a priority implementation, has to respect all the fundamental and human rights of all the peoples, indigenous peoples, ethnic groups within them, and all the self-governing powers, and a free representation without any kind of discrimination. And this brought about a new stage in the evolution process of the right to self-determination, which is called the remedial secession episodes. When a state doesn't observe the fundamental rights, the self-governing powers, and the representation with any kind of discrimination, that collective, that ethnic group, that indigenous people can become independent by the exercise of the right to self-determination, consider it in its external dimension. So 3 arguments to become independent: flagrant, grave, serious, and persistent infringements and violations of human rights, and you have to fulfill all these elements: persistent, serious, and massive violations of human rights, restrictions to the self-governing powers of the specific collective, and discriminations in the representation of those collectives in state institutions. So if you fulfill any of these 3 requirements, maybe you can exercise the right to self-determination in its last stage of evolution, the remedial secession. But the problem is that how serious an infringement or a violation of these 3 requirements must be to be considered as a subject entitled to exercise the right to self-determination. How serious this infringement must be. It's quite difficult to establish a specific degree of seriousness. International law hasn't done so, and that's the problem. The problem is that the remedial secession is not regulated in this last stage of evolution, is not regulated as such in the United Nations law. It's just result of all the doctrinal work. And why does international law avoid regulating these remedial secession episodes? Because it's very difficult to establish a specific degree of seriousness based on a specific degree of seriousness to become independent and to be able to exercise the right to self-determination. Anyway, these new episodes, these new remedial secession episodes, so this new last stage of the right to self-determination, was from then onwards claimed by so many indigenous peoples, collectives, ethnic groups around the world, invoking those requirements. namely the infringements of human rights, self-governing powers, and representation in state institutions. But obviously, as I said, the problem is that if you claim that your rights, your representation, and your self-governing powers are being infringed, are being violated, you are considering, presumably, that your state is not a democratic and constitutional state. Because if it was such, obviously this state would have some mechanism of prevention and reaction against violations of human rights. So it's quite an important attack to the parent state if you consider these circumstances. So the problem was that all these claims around the world, all these collectives claiming their self-determination, some of them were not clearly self-determination episodes, were not clearly remedial secession episodes. Obviously, many collectives, many regions around the world, many indigenous people have some reasons to not be happy with the integration in their parent state. Maybe they want a fairer tax treatment, a better economic regulation for their regions, but that doesn't mean that they are reaching that degree of seriousness to become independent and to exercise the right to self-determination. So sometimes they have to find another legal source or another legal right to become independent and to achieve those claims. What about the exercise, the nature of the exercise of this right to self-determination? I consider that even in these remedial secession episodes, the exercise of the right to self-determination must be a unilateral exercise. If you are an indigenous people or a collective whose rights, self-governing powers, and representation are being violating, obviously you cannot reach an agreement with your parent state to become independent. If this state is not observing your rights and your self-governing powers, it's impossible to imagine that you are going to reach an agreement with this state. So obviously you have to consider that nowadays the right to self-determination of peoples must be exercised unilaterally. With which instrument or tool? With a unilateral declaration of independence. And the success of this declaration of independence fully relies on the recognition of this declaration by all the states around the world. And the recognition by all these states will depend on the fulfillment of the three requirements for a remedial secession to take place: violations of human rights, self-governing powers, and representation. If the international community considers that these three requirements are met by an indigenous people or any group or whatever, obviously the unilateral declaration of independence will succeed. There is a very interesting topic which the Professor Gomez-Isa mentioned. It was the terminological fight and the terminological ambiguity and confusion around all the terms I mentioned and all the subjects entitled to this right. Firstly, the first subject of this right were the nations in the aftermath of the First World War, when this principle was proclaimed by the President of the United States. The term nation has been quite discussed in political science, and it's a very difficult term to define, and it's very difficult to trace or to draw a line between what is a nation and what is not a nation. We all know the characteristics of a nation. Obviously, there is a subjective element. You are a nation because you want to belong to that group, to that nation, and you have that feeling of being part of it. But obviously, there are some objective elements, like such as a past in common and some cultural, social, and traditions in common. But you know, where do you draw the line? Where do you put the line and the border between what is a nation or what isn't a nation? And the same thing happened with the term people. It's a very, very conflictive and confusing term. It's very difficult to define what is a people. There are some similarities between the term nation and people, and even it's very difficult to define or to delimit the distinction between the term nation and the term people. There are some similarities between these terms, and it's not easy to define which one is a people, which one is a nation. Yes, maybe you have a lot of different past tradition and cultural elements in common, but not enough to be considered a nation. Who considers that? It's a bit difficult to interpret these terms, and the same thing happened with the people. People as a term has different meanings. Obviously, there is a social, political use of the term people. In many countries, people is so used by political parties without legal implications or consequences. But obviously, there is a different definition of a legal definition of the term people, maybe more related, more connected with the sovereign nature or the sovereign power. So I would like to present at the end of this intervention some of the conclusion I have reached. So obviously, self-determination of people as a principle, as a right, was very important for all the indigenous people and any kind of peoples, ethnic groups and minorities, national minorities, especially after the codification of this right by the United Nations. But the problem is that claiming this right in constitutional democratic state is a completely attack to those to the nature of these states. It's very difficult to claim the self-determination of peoples without attacking the character, the nature of a state as a constitutional and democratic. In addition, the new and last stage of in the evolution process of the right to self-determination has the same essence, the same characteristics than some previous stages of this right, especially during the colonialism or the decolonization process. Colonial territories were not the same thing that the oppressed peoples nowadays entitled to self-determination, but they have a lot of similar characteristics with these collectives. So remedial secession and colonialism have a lot of characteristics in common. And the last conclusion was that nowadays we have to conceive and consider the right to self-determination of people as a unilateral exercise, as a unilateral right by the exercise of a unilateral declaration of independence, because otherwise it's impossible to imagine oppressed people reaching an agreement with the parent state. If this parent state is oppressing this minority, there's no way to reach an agreement with this state. So finally, I just want to say again thanks to the Ateneo de Manila for this opportunity and all the attendees for the attention paid during this lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gaspar, for that very insightful discussion on the facets of the right to self-determination. So earlier, we heard about how the UNDRIP introduced or recognized self-determination. And now with your presentation, we're able to see how the right to self-determination has an interplay with the right of sovereignty of states. And it's also interesting for us, especially probably for the Filipinos here in the audience, to reflect on how the right to self-determination is implemented here in our own country. And it's a good segue as we move to the next speaker, who will be talking about the autonomy and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. So it's very relevant to how the right to self-determination is reflected in our own country. So our speaker who will be joining us virtually is Attorney Liza Masuhud Alamia, who is the Deputy Speaker and Member of Parliament of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Prior to joining the Bangsamoro transition, Attorney Liza served as the Executive Secretary of the Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or ARMM, for 6 years, as the only woman to have held the position. She was appointed by former President Benigno Aquino III in 2013 as the first chairperson of the Regional Human Rights Commission after serving at the helm of its predecessor, the CHR in ARMM. She is also a founding member of the board of CALESA Action Network, an organization that was established to realize the Bangsamoro Organic Law's vision of a just society through advancement of the rights and welfare of Bangsamoro women and children. She is she graduated cum laude and valedictorian from the Ateneo de Manila University and completed her law degree at Western Mindanao State University. She also completed her Masters of Law from the Ateneo Law University. As mentioned, Attorney Alamia is now a member of the Bangsamoro Parliament and its minority floor leader. She is currently also a delegate to the Philippine Congress of the Bangsamoro Parliament Forum, while serving as the vice chairperson of the Committee on Rules and an ex officio member of all committees in the Bangsamoro Parliament. So again, we are very privileged to have with us, even if it's virtually, Attorney Liza Alamia. Thank you, and let's all welcome her virtually.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let me share my screen. Thanks so much to Ateneo de Manila University Law School, Dean Jose Maria Hofileña, Attorney Ryan Kwan, and Attorney Ambi Santa Maria for the invitation to speak at the CALESA Conference on Emerging Human Rights Issues and Vulnerabilities. My apologies, I could not be physically with you today because it's Eid al-Fitr, or the Muslim world celebration of the end of Ramadan. Eid Mubarak to all Muslims who are attending this conference. My presentation is on the right to self-determination based on the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao context. The Moros are native inhabitants of the Philippines, generally composed of about 13 Muslim-majority ethno-linguistic groups in southern Mindanao. The call for autonomy proceeds from several factors. One was that there was a lack of colonial conquest and forced assimilation. Mindanao, or the Moros, who live in Mindanao, have never been conquered. There's a stark difference in cultures and socio-political institutions, the geographic distance from the nation's center, and historic neglect and maltreatment, among others. This call has endured for hundreds of years. In recent history, armed conflict erupted in the 1970s with the goal of securing independence for the Bangsamoro, or the Moro nation. Now, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, or the BARM, was established by the Bangsamoro Organic Law and the successful plebiscite. It is an autonomous region which is free to pursue its political, economic, social, and cultural development as provided in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. The BARM is the product of decades-long negotiations and conciliation efforts between the Bangsamoro people and the Philippine government. So you see in the slide the recent history of the BARM, which is a region in transition. The Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro was signed in 2014 between the government and the MILF. 4 years later, the Bangsamoro Organic Law was enacted into law. And by 2019, the BOL was ratified through a plebiscite and the Bangsamoro Transition Authority was established. I'm a part of the BTA. By 2021, RA number 11593 was enacted, which extended the transition period and reset the BARM elections to 2025. The second BTA Parliament was constituted in 2022, and we held our inaugural session in September last year. And we are expecting that the first parliamentary elections will be conducted in 2025, and a possible exit agreement will be deliberated and approved. Now, what is the right to self-determination's international framework? So let's look at two concepts. The first one is external self-determination versus internal self-determination. External self-determination pertains to international status, and it potentially takes the form of asserting a right to unilateral secession. External self-determination is generally limited to the liberation of traditional colonies, while internal self-determination is the state's recognition of a people's pursuit of their political, economic, social, and cultural development within the framework of an existing state. Now, the second concept on RSD can be found under Article 1 of both the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which have been interpreted as internal self-determination. And what are these rights that are found under Article 1 of both these covenants? One is free determination of political status and free pursuit of economic, social, and cultural development. Second, the free disposal of natural wealth and resources, subject to international economic cooperation, mutual benefit, and international law. Third is the guarantee of means of subsistence. And finally, the responsibility of states parties to promote the realization of the right to self-determination. Now, the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or UNDRIP, crystallized the UN's preference for internal self-determination. However, the UNDRIP per se is not a source of international law. Now, who may exercise the right to self-determination? Now, for purposes of international law, the term people has the following characteristics. It's a group of individual human beings who enjoy some or all of the following features. They have a common historical tradition, racial or ethnic identity, cultural homogeneity, linguistic unity, religious or ideological affinity, territorial connection, and common economic life. The group does not need to be large, but it must be more than a mere association of individuals within a state. The group as a whole must have the will to be identified as a people, or the consciousness of being a people, even though groups or some members who share the above characteristics may not have the will or consciousness. And finally, the group must have institutions or other means of expressing its common characteristics and will for identity. Now, secession is a related concept to self-determination. It may necessarily arise from discussions on self-determination. It refers to the effort of a group or section of a state to withdraw itself from the political and constitutional authority of the state, with a view of achieving statehood for a new territorial unit on the international plane. And this is based on the case of INRE secession of Quebec. The case is in INRE secession of Quebec noted some grounds for secession. One, colonization. Second, the alien subjugation, domination, or exploitation outside the colonial context. And finally, the prevention of meaningful exercise of people's right to self-determination internally with secession as a last resort, or we call this remedial secession. Now, remedial secession, based on the case of Katangiesa People's Congress versus Zaire, may be based on massive human rights violations or inadequate political representation. However, it remains unclear whether remedial secession is an established international standard. The Philippines, a state itself, enforces internal self-determination and denies the right to secession. Let me repeat that. So the Philippines, as a state, as a policy, enforces internal self-determination and denies the right to secession. Philippine laws proceed from the assumption that the Bangsamoro people and indigenous peoples are part of the Philippine state and that their lands form part of Philippine territory. Just to give an example, the Constitution provides under Article 2, Section 22 that the state recognizes and promotes the rights of indigenous cultural communities within the framework of national unity and development. Also provided under Article 12, Section 5 that the state, subject to the provisions of this Constitution and national development policies and programs, shall protect the rights of indigenous cultural communities to their ancestral lands to ensure their economic, social, and cultural well-being. And finally, Article 13, Section 6 provides that the state shall apply the principles of agrarian reform or stewardship, whenever applicable, in the disposition or utilization of other natural resources, including, with emphasis, the rights of indigenous communities to their ancestral lands. In the case of La Bugal Bilaan Tribal Association Incorporated versus Ramos in 2004, the Regalian Doctrine was held to apply even to resources found in the ancestral domain of indigenous peoples. Now, the Philippine state's adoption of internal self-determination was most clearly seen in the case of Province of North Cotabato versus the Government of the Republic of the Philippines, or GRP, decided in 2008 concerning the MOA AD for the creation of the Bangsamoro Juridical Entity, or the BJE. The MOA AD and BJE were results of earlier peace panel discussions and in spirit could be considered as precursors of the current comprehensive agreement, the BOL, and the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The Philippine Supreme Court cited, among others, the case of INRE, Secession of Quebec, and highlighted the distinction between internal and external self-determination. Also, materials which stated that absent express treaty provisions, the right to dispose national territory is an attribute of state sovereignty. National groups were said to have no rights to separate themselves from the state by the simple expression of a wish. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and applied it as a standard of international law. It was ultimately held in that case that the creation of the BJE was unconstitutional because the current constitution did not allow for the creation of the BJE as a separate state. The right to self-determination could not be interpreted to cover a unilateral right to secession. Further, the MOA AD guaranteed constitutional revisions, which were held to deprive Filipinos of the opportunity to approve or reject said revisions. Currently, the BARM's right to self-determination and autonomy is in the concept of self-governance. And the term self-determination does not appear anywhere in the Bangsamoro Organic Law. This concept was largely adopted from the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and directly pertains to internal self-determination. So under BOL Article 4, Section 1, on territorial integrity and allegiance, it states, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is an integral, indivisible, and inseparable part of the territory of the Republic of the Philippines. The Bangsamoro people shall uphold the Constitution as the fundamental law of the land and unequivocally owe allegiance and fidelity to the Republic of the Philippines. Also under Article 4, Section 2 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law on Self-Governance, it states, in the exercise of its right to self-governance, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region is free to pursue its political, economic, social, and cultural development as provided for in the Organic Law. Now, these provisions are also reflective of the Comprehensive Agreement on the Bangsamoro's Principles of Implementation, which thrusted the establishment of a new Bangsamoro political entity that will protect individual and collective rights and be truly democratic, representative of the diversity of the populace, and accountable to the communities therein. To the extent of the Bangsamoro's people's right to self-determination is limited by the framework of Philippine laws. Freedoms, rights, and obligations are still subject to the Philippine Constitution and the authority of the central national government. There have been varied thoughts on the status quo vis-a-vis internal self-determination in the BARM. Some argue that internal self-determination is not sufficient, since this amounts to an admission that the Bangsamoro has been integrated into the Philippines. Nothing short of external self-determination or the ability of the Bangsamoro to declare its statehood will rectify historic forced assimilation, neglect, and abuse. While others are more accommodating and find that internal self-determination is sufficient in view of the protection and financial support granted by the Philippine state. It is enough that there is special accommodation for the identity, institutions, and rights of the Bangsamoro. This could be observed even among the non-Moro indigenous peoples in the BARM, other IPs in the Philippines, and indeed IPs and aboriginals across the world. Such discussions are consequences of brutal colonial and post-colonial histories and cannot be downplayed or avoided. Now, it is important to note that there are some matters that are necessary for lasting peace, and I would say that one of them is by directly confronting these intricacies. The other one is by adopting new legal tools and frameworks to address them. And finally, by consulting with the peoples concerned themselves. I'm going to leave you with some questions. After waves of decolonization and resurgence of discourse on indigenous peoples, there are now three key questions that are ripe for discussion. I don't have the answers right now to these questions, but the answers to these questions may create drastically varying results for the Bangsamoro and other indigenous peoples. One, could the term peoples also refer to certain indigenous groups and minorities, not just former colonies? Will the right be available to groups so long as they share common features, are sufficient in number, they identify as a people, and they have institutions or other means of expressing their will for identity? Or will the right still be limited to the traditional colonial frame? The second question is, what is the extent of free determination of political status? Will it extend to independence and determination of international status? Or will it be limited to autonomy and political status within the internal state? And finally, has remedial secession ripened into an international standard? Will a people's experience of massive human rights violations, inadequate political representation, or exclusion from government processes merit unilateral secession? Or will territorial integrity of the state remain the primary consideration? These are some questions that I'm going to leave with you, which you may or may not answer. Thank you very much for listening and for watching my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Attorney Liza, for that. It's very interesting to see how the right to self-determination is given life here in the Philippines. Although most of us probably in the metro do not feel the need or do not feel that it's relevant to us, but obviously it has a lot of impact to people in the Philippines, and it's very important to us to know all these things. And those questions that were left to us by Attorney Liza is very relevant to reflect on. And academia or the academe is one of the institutions that can help contribute to answering those questions. And that gives us a good segue to the next talk or the next session, which will be provided by Dean Cedfrey Candelaria. He will be talking about the role of legal education in protecting indigenous people's rights. Attorney Cedfrey or Professor Cedfrey Candelaria was a former Ateneo Law Dean from 2012 to 2018, and he has been a legal educator for more than 30 years, having joined the law faculty in 1990, teaching constitutional law, public international law, indigenous peoples and the law, children's rights, and international economic law. Professor Candelaria has authored several articles on constitutional and economic law and economic development, judicial education, peace processes, human rights, and international law. He was also actively involved in some celebrated test case litigation before the Supreme Court, notably the Asia-Pacific Conference on East Timor, the Davide impeachment, IPRA, the constitutionality of IPRA, and the GRP MILF MOA AD. Professor Cedfrey also helped establish the Katutubo Rights Desk, or the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Desk of the Ateneo Human Rights Center, under which he also published several research materials, including a textbook on the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act of the Philippines. I'm also very proud to say that I had the opportunity and privilege to witness Dean Ced and his passion for teaching and working with indigenous people's communities, where he is fondly called Piolo Pascual. While he's not taping his shows, he is working, or he is currently the Chief of Office for Research, Publications, and Linkages of the Philippine Judicial Academy and the Vice Chairperson of the PhilJA Constitutional Law Department. Again, let us all welcome Piolo Pascual.
Right, pabalik. Hindi bumabalik. Okay. Maganda umaga po sa inyo lahat. Thank you very much, Professor Ann Mao. And they might be wondering why you mentioned Piolo. Well, there'll be a picture of Piolos. Our friends will wonder from Malaga, Dublin, and the Justo about this. No? All right, I've been given the task. I think this is a little type of synthesis of all that had been presented this morning, and somehow I've had the benefit of having at least having received very expert perspectives on the various aspects of indigenous peoples this morning. So I'll go straight to the point, and since many of you, I think, are familiar with legal and judicial education, while legal education was tasked for me this morning, I'm wearing two hats now as a professor of law in Ateneo at the same time as one of those who does judicial education and training in the Supreme Court for all judges and other court personnel. And I'll be very much focused on how somehow I think you may wish to see whether we've succeeded or not in trying to make a dent in seeing IPRA somehow change mindsets, no? Since 1997, when it was passed and immediately challenged thereafter in a landmark case that was decided 1999, no, up to 2000, 2000. That's the case of Cruz versus DNR. So my perspective is really to look at legal constructs, no, and how our existing legal system, our paradigms now in law school and even in the judiciary are so challenging for someone who would like to navigate into the world of indigenous rights, indigenous concepts, land rights for indigenous peoples. No? I'll just give you a glimpse of some of the challenges that had been brought before the Supreme Court way back, and we're already about circa, I'm computing, 1999 was the oral arguments that we had in Baguio, no? That our friends from CALESA, no, will be seeing. Hopefully you see the Supreme Court small room there where it was argued way back in 1999 when that decision was adopted. Very interesting case, no? So it's 24 years, no? IPRA was 1997, no? Have you made a dent in the minds of law professors, law students, judges, and other court personnel in this country, no? Looking at the development internationally, I'm so grateful to Vicky here, no, for having give us the comparative perspectives on how other jurisdictions continually grapple, even with having to apply established principles already, no, in conventions and jurisprudence, no. She cited one case that still had to be implemented, 20 years in the making, still had to be implemented, okay? And some of the case law, incidentally, that I passed on to you, I think I passed this on. It's a Philja bulletin that summarizes some of the decisions of the Supreme Court, no? We just picked up, it's a little research, but we wanted to show you that the Supreme Court is making decisions now on key provisions of IPRA. But you will see again the limitations, which I wanted to put up here as the limitation on legal constructs that we continue to suffer from. And how do you navigate this, no? How do you entice educators now? There's a person who recently came up with a commentary on IPRA. She's with the Solicitor General's office, no? Attorney Melanie Pimentel, who's been working with indigenous groups on behalf of the Solicitor General. And this is one more recent group on the commentaries, no, that I just want you to look at because it's helpful for you to understand the development on IPRA. We did one before at the Human Rights Center. It's a little dated, but this one is fairly recent. And you can get some very authoritative opinions and also regulations and decisions, no? That somehow tries to weave IPRA into the whole mindset, no? But of course, again, within the legal limitations of our legal constructs, the Constitution, existing laws, no? That still need to be reconciled. And finally, I'm also thankful for the fact that one of the information shared to us by Vicky was that issue on Aboriginals, no, in Australia, that 50% of those detained apparently are Aboriginal. And I want to call your attention that the Human Rights Center did a study 17 years ago here. One of our interests was to look at the situation of indigenous peoples in detention. It prompted us to see how are they being addressed. And I'm sure the issues are fairly similar in terms of access to justice, no? And we have this 17 years ago. We tried to go to the Department of Justice. We went to the Supreme Court to make sure that judges all around the country We'll continue to monitor as much as possible cases, no, of indigenous peoples. But it was a very challenging study. And I hope it's also timely to revisit this. For you who are in practice, no, be more conscious of the vulnerable groups, no, when it comes to having to understand their social context. And that is one that we try to do. And now I'm retiring from work. I've retired from the Ateneo. I'm retiring from the Judicial Academy by July. And I bumped into this and I said, thank you, Ateneo. Thank you, CALESA, for this opportunity. It gives me a sort of synthesis of all this. All right, so having introduced those materials, I'll be referring to that from time to time, if you wish, within the time frame given me, okay? So one of the things that we have done in law school and in the Supreme Court, in a long series of sponsored seminars, no, by external partners, no, is to introduce the concept of indigenous peoples rights, and IPRA. And what you see here is a usual starting point for me in law school, in an elective course here, and also in the Judicial Academy, and ask a question to our participants, no? Who do you think built the rice terraces in this country? Of course, for those who are from the Philippines, you would know that this, of course, is a product of our northern community. This comes from Ifugao province, no? If you have had the chance to go, Felipe and our friends, no, from Malaga, no, from Dublin, you should make a trip here because you'll be fascinated by this, how it was done. And that was thousands of years. That's the rice terraces. What constrains us to understand better the historical dimensions of the rights of indigenous peoples? There are two cases that I used to assign almost perfunctorily, in the sense that they are decisions of the Supreme Court. These are circa 1920s, no? 1939, under the old Constitution. When I say old Constitution, it was the 1935 Constitution, no? And one was even before the 1935 Constitution, during the transition from Spanish colonization to American colonization. But these are, again, decisions of the Supreme Court that somehow control the minds of law students when they go to constitutional law class. One case, very interesting, Ruby versus Provincial Board. And it's all about a reservation that involved a group of Mangyan communities just here in the province of Mindoro who were put in a reservation. And the question was, does the government have the power to put these Mangyans in a reservation? And this was the American period. American period. You will see, as I was listening to Felipe about the terminologies used, no? You will see the term used here as of that time, non-Christian tribes, no? And of course, it referred to a very Spanish, of course, tradition called the reducción, or the reduction theory, where during the colonial period, the purpose was to, quote-unquote, civilize native inhabitants, no? It's in our decision of the Supreme Court, Ruby versus Provincial Board. But that was legitimately decided on the basis of local government power. One of the exceptions, of course, no, to the principle of non-delegability of legislative powers, because local governments do have the power in this country to pass ordinances that have the force and effect of law. And so reservation was justified. But this was American. And this was in the rung of actions that perhaps the United States did to Native Americans that they justified. But you know, it was seen from a very benevolent perspective that they have to be protected. See? Even in the international development of rights, no? They are the subject of benevolence, the subject of protection. But we will see that later on it evolves to rights perspective, now self-determination issues. That one is illustrative of the very classical notion that we have. So if anyone here teaches constitutional law, please put this into perspective. And that's what I do now. If it still appears in my case, very long case list, no? I qualify. I'm redoing my syllabus, don't worry. The other one is People versus Kayat, and I'm sure Vicky is very familiar with this, no? People versus Kayat was from the Equal Protection Clause. We have the provision in the Constitution that says, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any person be denied the equal protection of the law. That's an American derivation from the American Constitution. And this one was again intended to apply the reduction. This was already 1939. 1939, the reduction was also part of it. Again, the non-indigenous or the non-Christian tribe concept says that the indigenous communities have to be protected. They must not be allowed to possess A11 gene. And so when they were caught possessing, they were penalized. They were penalized. You see the penology approach here? And yet the purpose was to protect them. Right? Again, if you assign this on equal protection, qualify on the basis of new provisions under our Constitution. Okay? The 1935 was amended by the 73 Constitution, no? Under President Marcos Sr. And there was a short-lived Freedom Constitution, but under President Cory Aquino, we had the 1987 Constitution, which I'm sure most of the young lawyers here had been quizzed into, okay? This is the first time that you have so many provisions related. Well, maybe it's not so many, but compared to the 1973 where there was a mention of ancestral land and the absence in the 1935 Constitution, you will see the progression from colonialism towards independence, no? And now we have this, and this is the source, perhaps, of a law that only indigenous peoples who qualify under this definition will be able to avail of. So, again, I mentioned to those who listen to seminars, no, and instructions about IPRA that, can you classify yourself under any of this? And our IPRA, our Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, was really a product of international instruments, no? You mentioned ILO 169. These are very familiar categories, no? On the basis of the tradition, on the basis of the colonial experience, on the basis of self-ascription. If you're not here, I tell my judges, no? Please don't invoke it, or tell litigants to not to invoke it. You will fail, okay? But there are some who try to, okay, as you know. Okay? So, this is challenging because this is the first time in law that you will find this. I remember in law school, I was once asked by my civil law professor, the great Justice Pompeo Diaz, no? He would come to class without the civil code. That's how he memorized the civil code. Article 1, Article 2, saying, he asked me at one point, Mr. Candelaria, do you know some indigenous peoples? Because he was tackling marriages in the context of indigenous communities, whether marriages conducted within the tradition is something that may be recognized under the civil law system. And we did have a provision in the civil code at one point. So I stood up and said, patay. I said, death, no? Death. I'm dead, okay? I'm trying to think. And the one that came to mind immediately was Tagbanwas, no? From Palawan, okay? For those of you who are familiar with Tagbanwas, no? One big issue now is in Coron, no? Very interesting, okay? And he said, All right, probably he was thinking that no law student would have wondered, no, about the rights of indigenous peoples. But honestly, there is no subject in law school during my time that tackled about IPRA or indigenous peoples. Probably those in socio-anthro field, pre-law, would have been exposed to. But in law school, that's perhaps the closest you will find. So for us, and that was 1980 when I went to law school, no? How many of the law students today encounter this? I'm glad some schools have electives. Even the Legal Education Board now had recognized that, right? But for the longest time, there's none. So legal constructs make a difference in terms of understanding. And I will go to the law school later on and other means of having the law school somehow be privy or become vehicles towards disseminating and understanding rights of indigenous peoples. Okay? So, you know, in law school, what we have done in the past was to do some training programs. No? We have an internship program in the law school where some of our law students during the semester or during summer would join some of the lawyers at the Human Rights Center to do paralegal trainings. One of the things we did with an NGO, a CC Development Foundation, was to develop this Mindanao-wide paralegal training for communities being served by a CC Development Foundation. And it was a paralegal training. We identified certain groups of students, probably high school or those who are in college, no, who would have the literate background somehow to be able to write sinumpaang salaysay. Those are affidavits here. It's a starting point. It's the story of an incident that occurs right there in the community. And many indigenous communities, of course, are too far from legal assistance. And even if they are close enough, are they being attended to in the manner that other paying clients would do so? So what we did was to make sure that at least on a very basic understanding of what an affidavit is. And now you have the JAR, right? Judicial affidavit, okay? At least you have a statement that when a lawyer comes later on, we'll have a starting point to begin with, how to recollect. You know, for some reason, there was one of those who went through our training was able to get somebody released in a municipal jail because what he did was to write out the story of one of their community members who was detained. And that was the one that he presented to the police and said, this is how it happened. And you know, on that basis, he was released, no? But probably that's just one out of how many thousands, no? That the police would listen to. Otherwise, they'll languish in jail, even without counsel. Okay? I said this because it's inspiring. You know, one of the students who was here with me, no, is now in one of the biggest law firms in this country. No? But I don't mind, because in law school we say, plant the seeds. Because later on, even if they go into the biggest law firms around the country, these are the people who would have the perspective, who probably would have or carry on the mindset that somehow will influence their own senior partners, their big company clients, to say, if there's an energy-related, let's say, project or a natural resource project of that law firm, will say, wait, and they inject a perspective. And I was surprised. One of the biggest law firms also here approached us one time at the law school and said, sir, can you please help us understand IPRA and reconcile it with our mandate as lawyers for big investor companies in the mining industry? You know, I was just so happy to say that you have somebody here embedded in one of the richest law firms here now asking, and said, fine, we'll make you do that. The Department of Energy also does that, and a number of alternative law groups I know try to do it and make an impact. These are probably baby steps, you say, but you have to engage the system until such time that you can make them aware fully or wake them up, no, to their senses. No, we just have to continue pounding. And I'm so glad, again, Vicky, I'm so sorry for the challenges you have faced, but true enough, it's a very risky enterprise. No? Now, I just have a few slides, but these are my ways of trying to introduce the issues for lawyers, educators, no? And even judicial educators. For us, even to this date, the challenge is understanding ancestral land, ancestral domain. Because even the Constitution itself, under Article 12, Section 5, says IPRA was passed in accordance with having to determine property rights and relations. No? When you read further, IPRA, they're a bit limited when it comes to issues on criminal law, but there are jurisprudence now you will find in what I shared with you, no, in the collection of jurisprudence, clarifying even the national and also the local appreciation for what we call criminal jurisdiction. No? So I will go to that. But for me, the starting point always is ancestral land, ancestral domain, because anything you pin when it comes to indigenous people's rights now will have to revolve around this. And true enough, this is the most controversial because, sorry, but I did not mean to put Piolo there, no? That was one of our episodes, if you say, no? I was hearing episodes, our episodes in the mountain, no? To go up there to reach the Bilaans, no? And but we had a real difficult legal journey into the Supreme Court way back, 24 years ago, even in trying to understand ancestral domain, ancestral land, no? Because this definition, if you just go quickly on the definition, you know, these are areas that from the point of view of someone reading the Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, no, in relation to the concept of jura regalia, the regalian doctrine, all lands of the public domain belong to the state. What about this? So one justice even had mentioned as far back as the oral argument in Baguio, this is an outright appropriation of the territory of the Republic of the Philippines. It will not leave enough room anymore for the national government to access the natural resources. See? Even the Solicitor General during that particular deliberation had one foot in, one foot out, wanted to defend the law, but on the other hand, wanted to maintain the integrity of jura regalia. Because even up to now, decisions of the Republic, whenever you see decisions related to natural resources, will go back to the half-hearted appreciation of the government since that time. And how many administrations do we have? And it still is that same position. All lands of the public domain belong to the state. I'm an indigenous group. I have natural resources here. To whom do the natural resources belong? Even in the deliberation in Congress, at the, in the commission, the Constitutional Commission, no? Former Chief Justice Davide was once a commissioner in the constitutional making of the 1987 Constitution. And they did not arrive at a conclusive understanding as to whom that belongs. Of course, our good friend Pons Binagan was so insistent that must be the indigenous group, but it was left hanging. Why? Because you have to balance interest. And that is the whole story, even in the realm of legal and judicial education. You have to balance perspectives, you have to balance existing legal system, you have to balance existing court processes whenever you have issues of indigenous peoples come before various fora. Okay? So, when the case long time ago was decided, it left everything hanging. The decision of the Supreme Court at that time was 7-7. It lacked the required number of votes to declare the law unconstitutional. That's the procedural aspect. And so now, it continues to be implemented. And what has happened through the years, in the material that I gave you, if you just go through the list of cases decided, is incrementally a provision of IPRA is now being challenged, piecemeal. And one of the latest, as I mentioned, is this issue on criminal law, on whether an indigenous group can cut a tree inside its own ancestral domain, and whether that actually violates PD 705 or the Forestry Code. Because you have to reconcile our Forestry Code with indigenous rights. Our Forestry Code also talks about resources within areas that are now within the ancestral domain. And I tell you, based on, of course, sharing by some of the magistrates, how difficult it was to arrive at that, because you have an existing law, which somehow it is environment related, They couch it in the realm of environmental law also. PD 705, Forestry Code. But at the same time, you have indigenous rights. And the cutting of that tree was for the purpose of putting up a toilet. A toilet for the community. They were acquitted in that one. But not without very difficult way of interpreting the law. That's the interpretive challenge for us. Unless you restructure the entire legal system, and which I think is true for many other jurisdictions, you do have to reconcile existing legal systems with the rung of new perspectives like indigenous people's rights. But somehow, the Supreme Court majority was convinced we acquit the person on reasonable doubt, because that group had a basis somehow, asserting rights. The other one that also is interesting is rape-related. There was a rape committed within the community, and the victim wanted to go to the regular court, jurisdictional. That's the case of first impression. There's never been a decision before. When we were doing training here, we were being asked by some communities, "Sir," I'll speak in English, but there is a member of our community who was raped. Can we go to the regular court? But there are negotiations about, paying 5 carabao, to actually absolve the accused. At that time, there was no Supreme Court decision about it. Now the Supreme Court decision says you cannot deprive the national legal system or court system of jurisdiction. That child can go to the regular court. The dato there, the local chieftain, was saying, "But I was absolved by our regular process." How do you reconcile that? When IPRA says criminal law is left to a large extent to the national jurisdiction, but if, for example, within the community itself, everything was settled, that would be respected as a justice system. But to deprive this child of going outside their system and seek a remedy before regular court, the Supreme Court said, no, that was never the intention of IPRA. Now, these are some examples that I was saying that even at the highest court of the land, they needed to understand, to synthesize these legal constructs confronting So I just want to probably clarify this particular case of Cruz versus DNR, which was left hanging by the court, no, on a 7-7 vote, because there is a very interesting perspective that they apply. This was written by one of the justices who had perhaps the most persuasive, no, opinion on how to reconcile the so-called native title, no, with Jura Regalia, no? And they refer to a very, very old case, Carino versus Insular Government, to say that indigenous lands are private but communal in character, which means they have never been part of the land of the public domain. And they referred to a decision that was penned by a very famous jurist in the United States, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, no? When he made the distinction that when the Americans came over to the Philippines here, it was not an outright appropriation of rights, because they said they were preparing the Philippines for eventual independence. And so when they applied a provision in the organic law, which was extended here, derived from the U.S. Constitution, that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. If you were to interpret that American occupation or sovereignty here had the effective deprivation of rights of native inhabitants, that would not have been in accordance with the purpose of American colonization. If they were just preparing us for eventual independence, then therefore this was just intended to make sure that in the meantime we will not violate rights of native inhabitants. And one of those was the assertion by an indigenous group, the Ibaloy group in Baguio, from Baguio, the Carino family, no? And on the basis of which they said, you know, you can apply this concept called it's a disputable presumption, no? Unless there had been a surrender of such rights to the state, it is presumed never to have been public in character. So that was the anchor for the argument on native title, which found itself in IPRA as a definition of native title. So I just want to mention also that the rights that you now find under IPRA are again very, very controversial, no? Just go through some of these rights. I'll just go very quickly. This is my last slide, practically. Rights related to ancestral domain, to claim ownership. Ownership is an issue from a civil law perspective that becomes contentious. Develop lands and natural resources, as I mentioned, that's contentious. The right to stay in the territories, of course, subject always to police power, perhaps by the state. Resettlement in case of displacement, no? And we mentioned armed conflict. What if it was caused by a clash and you now displace communities, no? And then the right to regulate entry of migrants, no? The right to claim parts of reservation. But you know, we have different forms of reservation in this country. You have educational, you have military reservations. These are flashpoints, no? Of course, the right to resolve land conflicts in accordance with the justice system. And how do you reconcile this with customary laws? These are the continuing challenges now that are being decided by the Supreme Court little by little, no? And as I said, you as educators and lawyers, no, will be able to play a big role in trying to, one, if you can teach it and also practice it, no, at this point, no, will be helpful, no, for purposes of clarifying cases that go before the court. Okay. So I will just wrap up by saying that the past few minutes that I have been sharing with you, the experiences will require us to do curricular development. No, we have to do curricular development. We also have to do co-curricular activities. No? And some examples would be immersion, alternative legal assistance, on-site trainings, research would be helpful. And for us at the judiciary now, we try to inject social context education to make sure that vulnerable groups, no, and mindsets of judges are called to the attention of the circumstances affecting what we call vulnerable sectors, and one of them, of course, would be the indigenous peoples. No? So I will end there, and if you have any further questions, I think we'll all be here to entertain some of those. But thank you very much to my co-panelists this morning who have paved the way for my very easy exit this morning. Salamat po sa lahat.
Thank you again, Professor Sedfree. Now we reach the point where we can, the audience can ask your burning questions to our panelists. So we have a microphone at the center aisle. So please, you may approach the microphone and please introduce yourselves before asking your questions. Okay?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Darwin Simpela from the Commission on Human Rights, and I would like to address my question to Ms. Corpus, Professor Gonzalez, and Professor Isa. Much has been said about preserving indigenous peoples' cultural systems, structures, and heritage. For this purpose, what do we mean by the word culture? On one side, is it something that is bounded, having defined characteristics with a sort of a checklist, which is self-reproducing and have homogeneous individuals living within it, or that has shared meanings, or perhaps on the other hand, it is something that is dynamic, fluid, and constructed situationally in particular time and place. Thus, in essence, its members drew on their local, national, and global links. If it's more of the latter, what do we mean by cultural preservation in this case? What will we preserve in an entity that is dynamic, fluid, and socially constructed? Thank you.
Thank you. So basically, what is culture? What is the definition of culture and how it is applied in the context of indigenous peoples? Yes, ma'am? Anyone who would want to respond? I think.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the question. Well, first of all, of course, when we talk about culture, this is a lot of things. You know, it includes the values, you know, the arts and crafts, you know, the indigenous knowledge systems, and rituals, among others. No, so it's a wide range of what indigenous peoples are live by, and what they would like to. It's not really to preserve, but it's to be respected, you know, because I do agree that culture is dynamic, it evolves, and that's precisely why, if you remember, I said that indigenous peoples don't like to codify their customary laws, because they know that these laws evolve as the world changes. I'll just give you one example. You know, one of the work that I've done is with indigenous women, no? And we wanted to empower indigenous women so they can occupy positions of leadership, among others. And for us to do that, we have to ask them, what are the practices or cultures that you have which you think are not advantageous for you as women? And they said, well, there are several. One, the bride price. At least among the Kalinga, no? When you get married, you have to pay a bride price to the man's family, and arranged marriages. And so I said, okay, so what will you do? And so they had meetings among themselves. They talked about it. They talked to the elders. In the end, they said, why don't we get rid of this? Because these are really not favorable for us. And they did. They got rid of it. But it was because the women themselves realized it, and they empowered themselves to challenge, the culture that has been persisting for us many years in their community. So that's what I mean, that we are thinking creatures. We know that we live in a world that's changing, and so we also analyze exactly what is it that's not right, or what are the things that violate both your individual rights but also your collective rights, and does our culture how do you call reinforce these violations, or it addresses it. No? And I remember, Cedric, you mentioned about the rape case. My first experience of a rape case, I was a child, in my town, and there was a guy who raped somebody else. And the case was decided by the elders, and the decision was to banish that man, never to show his face in our community. And to a certain extent, it worked. Because now, of course, that's like a big blow to your person, if you are not allowed to go back at all into your community, or even, visit your land. So that's one of the things those are some of the approaches that indigenous peoples do to address these issues of injustice. So I think we do have a very good a sense of what is just, of how to be good neighbors, how to ensure that the lands are protected for the future generations. In fact, as a child, I was always told by my grandparents and my parents that we have something called inayan, you cannot do anything that will destroy the land, and your integrity, your legacy as a person is very much linked on what you have done, to protect the land and to ensure that these lands are still in a very good shape, even after you are gone, and that is in our minds all the time. When that's precisely why the protests against destructive development projects are really strong, And so I think that we do agree culture is dynamic, and culture is something that you need to interrogate every time, considering all, of course, the issues of justice and human rights, and of course environmental sustainability, among others. And you should be open, to those possibilities. And from what I have seen so far, at least indigenous peoples who have the opportunity to collectively discuss such kinds of issues, they come up with some actions that will challenge even their own cultures. And I think that's, for all of us, we need to do that. But for indigenous peoples, precisely because of the very nature, the distinct nature, and their assertion not just of their individual rights but collective rights, there's a lot that we need to think about every time. And just to end, I said, when you mentioned about the contributions of the declaration, actually the big contribution of indigenous peoples in international law is really putting substance on the whole issue of collective rights, Because when we assert our rights to lands, to self-determination, these are collective rights. To culture, these are collective rights, It's not as if you are an individual and you have your own culture. No, you have to have your own culture in relation with all your the people, the living and the non-living, the future and the past, present, and the future, among others. So that's one of the major contributions that we have done, and I think that that's something that we are proud of, because it emerged really from the concerns that we have as far as preserving, not specifically our culture, but preserving our ways of life, our thinking, our visions, our values, and of course the practices that allow us to still be in solidarity amongst ourselves and with others.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the question. I quite agree with that statement that culture is quite dynamic. Obviously, culture is a very important element, a very important aspect when it concerns when it comes to the self-determination of peoples. And obviously, as I said, there are two different dimensions in the right to self-determination of peoples, that the external and internal dimension. And obviously the internal dimension includes the progress, the cultural progress of any people, and other different types of progress, such as the cultural, such as the social and economic progress, or cultural, the culture of any people, of any kind of people, indigenous people or any other collective within this definition, plays a crucial and relevant role. I think culture is quite connected with past, with the past of a collective. Past really plays a crucial role in culture, or like defines maybe the culture of people, of a people. And you know, when we define people, obviously the past of this collective is quite connected, or has an important role in the definition of these people. Nation maybe is much more connected with past than the term people does, but definitely culture is a relevant element, obviously, in the definition of people. And I think I would like to underscore and to add to everything that has been previously said, that the importance and relevance of protecting the language, the specific language, and the original language of any sort of people, the specific and original language of it, and the importance of politics towards the protection of this language. I think it is something really, really important, and it's worth another presentation, the protection of languages within this cultural aspect. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Vicky and Professor Gaspar. Professor Felipe, anything to add? Or okay, good. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay. If there are not, I will. Okay. Yes, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is for Professor Setfri Candelaria. I really enjoyed your presentation. As you know, Professor Candelaria, I come from Spain, but I'm originally from Peru. I was born and raised there. And even though I live in an occidental city, a very, very big city, I know that in some different regions in Peru there are indigenous communities that they still maintain their very, very old traditions. Once the Spaniards came to Peru, they established a government. Some of us, of the people that live there, acquire their tradition, their religion, their culture, but some of other persons, no. And a Catholic Spaniard tradition is related with the marriage, the weddings. Under Catholics, it's forbidden to live together until a couple get married. This is a Catholic principle. And in the some indigenous community, they didn't acquire these beliefs. And they had a particular tradition that is called Sirbinacui. This is the word in Quechua, I think, which is the native language of some indigenous communities. Sirbinacui is a tradition that consists in the following. A couple that are agree can live together previous to the wedding, to the formal wedding. After that, if they fell in love and if they have a good living together, they then they after get married and have a happy life, maybe. But this is not a problem for native communities. No conflict between cultures in Peru in general. But what happened is that some of these couples are composed by one man that is old, for instance, 25, 30 years old, and a little girl, 11, 12 years, and under Peruvian criminal code, this is a crime, this is a rape, this is a violation, sexual assault. Just because the age, not because of the consent, because we start in the point that both has give their consent to live together, to have sexual relationships, but the consent of the minor is not valid. We have in the Peruvian criminal code a specific clause that states that those who behave conditioned by their culture are not criminal liable. And this puts some discussions on the floor in both in the academic issue and also in the judicial activity. And my question is, even though you have mentioned some criminal reflections about the protection of the environment, the forest, and something like that, my question is, do you have in the Philippines some traditions that could be similar to the tradition that I have explained or not in the indigenous community, I think. Thank you very much, Professor.
You know, the examples you gave us will really be contentious in the country. None had so far gone before our regular courts along the lines that you mentioned. No? But as you know, we have also we have special laws on children in this country. No? The anti-child abuse law, and there are, of course, statutory provisions about violations of rights in accordance with special laws like this. No? So this one is a very interesting issue that probably may come before the court at one time if the party avails of our regular court. Remember, I mentioned that there is one case that went to the regular court simply because the party went to the regular court. If no one had actually gone before the regular court there, that would not have been even counted as part of our court dockets or a case, no? So if there is such a case that may come before the regular court, I can tell you it can be very, very contentious. It will be a case of first impression, no? Because the IPRA mentions that the national legal system or indigenous practices must also be measured or tested in accordance with the national legal system. And in accordance with that decision rendered by the court on the rape, it was very emphatic that the criminal jurisdiction remains with the national courts in this country. So I can sense that it may be contentious if one party begins to challenge it before a regular course. But until such time, it remains within the community. That's the that's something that perhaps will be a matter for the community to decide at this point. But if this goes to the regular court, it's contentious. I'm sure they will have to apply a way of reconciling or interpreting IPRA with the regular criminal law system in this country. But thank you for that. I think you made me think of hypothetical problems you can put in a judicial education training program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinsa. Just to follow up on that question, because recently there was a law that was passed on the prohibition of child marriage in the Philippines. And I remember during the efforts to pass that law, there were a lot of, especially from the Muslim community, because under the Sharia law, marriage of children below 15, there are some provisions which allow children. So I was just wondering, Ma'am Vicky or Dean said, and from our colleagues from Spain, are there like from the experience in the community, how is the reception of the communities with this for this law, and probably for our colleagues from Spain, do you have like in other jurisdictions, how were these similar cases resolved or analyzed in your own jurisdictions? Or we can also get another question so that you can, additional question.
That was the same question because I raised that question in my comparative legal systems, and then we were talking about IPRA, and then I remembered there is a law prohibiting child marriage. So I was in the position that since child marriages have been scientifically proven that it causes health risk, and other than that, there are other risk factors. So I was saying that I think that should that should apply the prohibition against child marriage. And then I was surprised that my professor said that no, I think IPRA will IPRA should be followed. So we were arguing on that. So I guess we need a test law. We need a test case to find out what should prevail.
Well, yeah, thank you for that question and comment. Well, yes, actually we look at this, no, because we have several issues that we wanted to look at in relation to, of course, indigenous women and rights of indigenous women and girls, no, because especially when we were influencing the CEDAW to pass a general recommendation, no, and here in the Philippines, actually in the Cordillera, among the Igorots, among our people, that's not something that's common. You don't commonly see that, but it's more in Mindanao, no, among the indigenous peoples in Mindanao, and they brought that up as an issue, and at least all the people that we talked with, at least the indigenous ones, we talked to the Manobo, also to the ones in Davao and all. The women said that we should support a law that disallows child marriage, because that's a big problem. In fact, they cited that as a problem. No, child marriages and arranged marriages. They cited that as a problem. They said that we really don't agree with this. And that's when I came back again and said, that's why you have to be the ones to do something about it, no? Because otherwise, I mean, it cannot be us out from the outside who will go into your community and tell you that you cannot do this. It has to come from you. That's why the point of empowering themselves to be able to change their own systems is really crucial for me, no? And this relates a little bit to the issue of how do you call this genital mutilation, no, in Africa, because even our African friends, they also were the ones who pushed strongly to come up with a law that will illegalize female genital mutilation, because that's really several of the people I spoke with, they underwent that, and all of them said we won't want our children to undergo that kind of experience, no. But the problem was, when we were in Beijing during the Fourth World Conference on Women, that was really brought us as a big issue, but it sort of how do you call, it was done in a very racist way, no? It's like as if you are backward, you are like that, that's why you are allowing for this thing to happen. And the women were shocked because they said, we are the ones who are questioning, we are the ones who are putting this law in place, and we are the ones who have experienced that, so we are going to do it. But that was, and it dawned on me that really, I mean, while you tackle these issues, of course, of gender equality, of sensitive, of child rights, etc., you really have to also, as you said, balance it with in the right way, and don't bring it to a point where you reinforce racism and discrimination. No, so that's I think that's one caveat that I would just like to say. Na we will criticize, we will change, but it's not us who will change, but it will be the people themselves who have undergone that kind of experience.
Yes, I fully agree with Vicky. It's a very controversial issue, and especially when it comes to understanding culture and understanding cultural practices. It is very difficult, and we are full of prejudices. I mean, what we know about some practices in some indigenous communities? Very little, very little. So first, empathy. We need to know, and we need to put it into context. And in that sense, some cases were brought before first the Colombian Constitutional Court, but also the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And the jurisprudence, the so-called multicultural jurisprudence, is very interesting because they try to balance the two. On the one hand, the indigenous practices put in context, and on the other hand, some very basic rights that cannot be violated. They refer to the principios fundamentales de derechos humanos, so the human rights, very basic principles, but they're very basic. So in that sense, I think that's a good, in my view, a good attempt to try to reconcile and trying to balance, on the one hand, the protection of cultural values and cultural interests, and on the other hand, some very basic human rights that should be universal. Because in the end, when we talk about children, is it the same to be a child in Manila, in Brussels, or in an indigenous community? I mean, the very concept of child, is it, I mean, because in the end, what the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child says, well, if you are under 18, you are a child. But again, is it the same to be in Manila, in Brussels, or in an indigenous community? Of course not. Of course not. So, and we have to be sensitive to the cultural approach and to the cultural dimensions of this of rights. It is not easy, and there's no fixed response. But this approach by the Colombian Constitutional Court and by the Inter-American Court, in my view, are interesting and worth analyzing.
Thank you. Yes, we have.
Hi, I'm Sina from the UN Office of Human Rights, and along with what you said, yes, of course, you can always revert to the international framework. I would also, I started on the first day with talking about the Sustainable Development Goals, which also means your government has actually pledged to end child marriage by 2030. So, okay, these are development commitments, not legal commitments, but nevertheless, there are reasons that ending child marriage is part of the Sustainable Development Goals because it impedes on other things like development, like right to education, and indeed right to health. I also wanted to point out, just to, again, the age of consent, because there was an issue of both parties consenting in the Philippines, is 16 now. It's fairly recent legislation. I hope that also applies in indigenous communities. So again, if you go back to sort of, you know, I guess it is this you know, national legislation still being somehow applicable in at least in the case of serious crimes, that may also play a part, because you couldn't say here that both parties consented, at least under that piece of legislation. So yeah, I think maybe international frameworks also can play a part in this discussion.
Thank you for that input. I think we have some more questions. You can go ahead, and then Tom can talk.
Good afternoon. I'm Ai Guardiola from Assisi Development Foundation. And I also worked before. I used to be based in Mindanao, so we worked with Likhaan before on a sexual and reproductive health project in ARM, because it was mentioned earlier about the issue of early and arranged marriage in BARM. So I just want to share that in terms of legal opinion, so the rule IFTA of the Bangsamoro, they actually passed a fatwa or a formal legal opinion It's called Fatwa on Model Family in Islam. So you can just Google the document. So basically, it states that they highly discourage, based on research and discussions with medical doctors, they highly discourage early and arranged and forced marriage. And they cited a lot different bases on in the Quran. And then, sorry, bakit akong so, and prior to that, they also passed a fatwa that says sorry, that says family planning is also not illegal among Muslim couples. So, and then lastly, I want to emphasize that they also said gender-based violence and other forms of abuses against women are against principles of Sharia. But of course, as we have been discussing today, it's one thing to have these kinds of policies, but in terms of implementation, there's still a large gap because during implementation of our project, we've worked with Muslim religious leaders in the BARM, and most of the local Muslim religious leaders, especially in the provinces, are not yet aware of even this that this fatwa is existing. And so even the medical doctors in BARM are also doing their best to spread and raise awareness in regarding this issue. So there's also still like Likhaan. So we worked with Likhaan in providing services in terms of reproductive health and contraception, family planning, etc. So among the provinces, especially in the island provinces, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi, Basilan, there's still a big misconception regarding these types of things. Like, for example, early marriage is still is still being practiced in some of these remote areas, and arranged and forced marriage, despite this ruling by the Darul Ifta.
Okay, thank you for that information. And we fully agree that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, especially in implementing these policies. And we have one more question from
Hi,
Attorney Tom.
good morning. I'm Tom from the Ateneo Law and also Commission on Human Rights. I was able to catch earlier that I think most, if not all of the panelists said that they are not in favor of probably having a treaty on indigenous peoples. I just really want to pick your brain on why you think it's probably not advisable. So this is more of a compliance sort of international relations compliance question of norms. I'm just reflecting, so just to frame the context of the question, because we've seen from human rights that in the 1990s there was really a relative decline in the number of human rights treaties. Really, and of course, the concomitant rise is the rise of human rights mechanisms for accountability. We've seen courts, we've seen inquiries, we've seen fact-finding missions, etc., special procedures. So I'm just really asking because one of the sort of declarations that were left over, is the UNDRIP, right? It didn't ripen, to use that language, into a treaty. Of course, the context also now is that we're seeing that, of course, indigenous people's rights are collective rights. It's relatively new in human rights. And we've seen people invoking, for example, the development of the the business and human rights field. They want it to be a treaty. They also want to have a treaty on the right to development. They want to have a treaty on the right to environment, which is declared a human rights recently. So I'm just wondering why, from an outsider's perspective to IP rights, I consider myself an outsider because I think I'm more of a generalist. So why do you think it's not that advisable for IP rights? Thank you.
So before we hear the responses, maybe we can get one more question, one last question. Okay, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I actually have two questions, but they're interrelated. The first question is, my name, by the way, is Jeremy Moreno. I came from the University of San Agustin from Iloilo City. My first question is addressed to Professor Candelaria and Professor Vicky. Um, I and some of my colleagues in Iloilo City were some of the ground lawyers who actually meet with the IPs. We meet with the ATIs of Panay and assist them, providing them legal services on some of the most basic concerns, such as sending letters to the government agencies if they have problems, or preparing affidavits, helping them file police reports on incidents of abuses done to them as IPs. In fact, one thing I could recall was when when we met some of the IPs in Boracay, and I was talking to Inan, who was helping them, and she was explaining the abuses done by the big corporations to the situations there. And she ended with by saying that attorney, if only we would, that's her gesture. And I find the nuns the most patient people in the world. And so if they do that gesture, there's only one interpretation, that they were severely abused by the big corporations. Now, in relation to that, NCIP is the lead agency in the Philippines, protecting the rights of indigenous people. And but as far as we can cater from the IPs on the ground, they have reservations as to the level of assistance that NCIP is providing. And to such extent that they would ask for help from private lawyers who are dedicated to helping IPs help them address these concerns. My question is, do you have any proposal or suggestion on how to help NCIP as the lead agency in performing their mandate of protecting the rights of IPs in the Philippines?
Thank you for the question. Maybe we can start first with the question on whether or not you agree or disagree to have a binding treaty on indigenous peoples, basically converting UNDRIP into a more binding instrument. And then the second one is in relation to the NCIP and proposals for providing assistance to NCIP in addressing the issues of indigenous peoples.
Yeah, well, regarding the issue of a treaty, actually there is something that indigenous peoples globally and also nationally have discussed, for a long time. And the common view is that, if you are, we just had the declaration adopted in 2007. It took 25 years, no? We started drafting the declaration in 1985, and it was only adopted in 2007. No, so it took that long, and we would like to see the declaration being implemented and acknowledged and invoked. Because there's such a thing called international customary law, no, and the UN Declaration on Human Rights is actually an international customary law now. It's acknowledged and it's used also in many cases that are being brought to the courts. No, so the view of at least most of the indigenous peoples we spoke with is that let's just let the declaration be implemented, be recognized in national law, no, be used in court decisions, be the basis of policies, and then let's take it from there. It's not. I don't think we are close to the idea. It's just that you cannot imagine the energy that we had to put in getting the declaration adopted, no? And for at least for us who were the ones who engaged there, we felt that we won't have that energy. But what I said was, let the younger people think about it and take it up. If they want in the future to really push it to become a treaty, then we should support them. But not our. I think our generation are sort of not in that mode because of the efforts that we would like to do in terms of the declaration being implemented. And of course, again, to have that stature as an international customary law, no? So I think that, and of course, that we know that one of the issues always is, it's not a legally binding treaty. I said, that's not an argument. I mean, so what if it's not a legally binding treaty? The point is, it is being used, and it is being invoked, and it is being reflected in laws and policies. So that's not an argument that you can say to weaken the importance of the declaration, but also to undermine, undermine its effectivity. So I just wanted to say, I think you have something to say on this.
Yes, I fully agree. And but we already have a treaty. We have the ILO Convention 169 that needs more ratifications. So the point should be to lobby and to convince the Philippines and many Asian states to ratify ILO Convention 169. Second, customary law. I mean, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a declaration. It's not hard law. It's not an international treaty, but it's been used, and it's been applied by the International Court of Justice. So it's law in practice, okay? And third, let's use the UN DRIP. And it's been used by the UN bodies, it's been used by domestic courts, it's been used by the African Court, it's been used by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. So, I mean, let's give the UN DRIP an opportunity, and yeah, and an international treaty would take ages, and it's an effort that we have to put in other avenues, in other spaces. Yeah, I fully agree with Vicky.
Thank you, Professor Felipe and Ma'am Vicky. Maybe we can proceed to, or Dean said anything to add on that question?
I just need to confirm the fact that in the development of international law, imagine Universal Declaration 1948, when was the ICCPR crafted? 1966, and turned to 476, But as early as 1952, the Philippine Supreme Court, in one case, already cited the Universal Declaration on a due process principle. So I think if you look at IP rights, it also leans upon the general rung or classes of human rights, And if you are creative enough also to see it in that context, the matter of interpretation and using it in that route, will gain traction. And the more it is repeated, analyzed by various treaty bodies, I think it will gain traction to the point that you probably will not need really a treaty for that, But I agree with ILO 169 because we have been knocking at the doors of Congress for a very long time for ratification. There has been such movement here. For some reason, there are, again, issues, and I think natural resource is one issue, because the office of the Solicitor General and the President always harps at the issue of natural resource development. And as I said, it springs from the very objection that they have always had on IPRA, even as far back as the development of the provisions on the Constitution on this. Anyway, just I don't want to lose this matter about NCIP. Several years back, we developed an in-house program for the commissioners of the national indigenous peoples. It is an orientation exactly on the administrative and quasi-judicial function. It was a full delivery, of how the NCIP, at least at that level, could be more effective in trying to appreciate cases that come before them, writing decisions also, and applying IPRA. So that's one attempt, no? And probably leadership is an issue. Of course, if you have a change of leadership, perhaps very soon, which I hear there might be, that might help, because I've worked with various leaders, of course, in the NCIP in the past, no? And there are some difficulties, of course, that you will encounter at the level of the commission. So there's a lot of room to work on this, no? There was a question raised by Attorney Liza. One of those three, let me just address that. I just want to address that last question about, has remedial secession achieved international standard, or even has it been accepted? Our experience was during the drafting of the MOA AD at one point, no? That was one of the concerns on the provision, because that has always been a question on practically the drafting of a framework agreement, no? On the Bangsamoro, no? And one of the challenges raised there, it's a political fact. When you talk about secession, it's a political fact. You'll never be able to say don't secede. It's the circumstances that will push them to secede. And that's when you begin to talk about norms and everything, recognition, but it's a political fact. If you have oppression and reach that level, it's when I think you cross the line, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Dean San. We have one more intervention from Miss Vicky.
Yeah. Well, I agree with Professor Candelaria on the issue about the NCIP, what needs to be done. You know, a few years ago, we did with the UP Baguio, University of the Philippines in Baguio, an assessment of IPRA and also NCIP. And in fact, we co-published the results, and it's in the UP Baguio Journal. And so we looked at all the different, contexts under which the NCIP is operating, the fact that it's changing, location from the Office of the President to the DANR to the DSWD. All these different factors that have led to basically a very weak NCIP is really an issue. And of course, the budget is also an issue, but also the staff. Very politicized. It's very politicized. The head of the NCIP is, of course, chosen by the president and the companies. That was the point also, but you were raising in relation to the NCIP. To be very frank, some NCIP people have really been in the hands of these companies. That's why the free prior informed consent processes have been manipulated. Precisely because the companies are the ones who fund. They are the ones who pay for the NCIP staff to go and do field-based investigation, because the government doesn't give them any resources to do that. So anyway, that assessment, we sent it to the NCIP, but it's, as you said, it's a very politicized fight, and we need to just keep on reminding them on their mandate and that they should do this and not to be bought, by the companies who want to get the lands of indigenous peoples. The other thing I wanted to say was the whole issue of self-determination. Thank you for your presentation, by the way. That was in the declaration process, that was one of the longest negotiations that we had, because many governments refused to recognize that indigenous peoples have the right to self-determination. And in fact, the letter S in peoples, they refused to have that S, because they said they know that if it has an S, then it sorts of links with the right to self-determination, because the Article 1 of the Convention on Economic, Social, and Political Rights, and the Civil and Political Rights also, all peoples have the right to self-determination, no? So when we asserted the S, that was one of the objections. But that's a very long story, and in the end, of course, we got it. And one of the compromises we agreed to was to agree in I think Article 45 or 46 to say that the right to self-determination, should not be used to undermine, national sovereignty and territorial integrity, etc. But the other debate was also about internal and external. internal self-determination, because indigenous people said, why do we have to distinguish between the two? We also have external self-determination, because when we were colonized, you divided us, you cut us between countries. You know, I mean, for instance, if you recall the people, for instance, the Naga in India, they are divided between Burma and China and India, no? And they will say, you know, our chief, his kitchen is in Burma, but his bedroom is in India, you know. And it was the efforts of colonization that divided us unnecessarily into different countries. So we have the right to external self-determination, so we could relate, you know, effectively with our relatives across all these artificial national borders. So giving us this risk about national sovereignty and all that, indigenous peoples never, in territorial integrity, that was something that we continuously questioned as well. No? So it actually is so interesting to really look at the whole history of the negotiations of the declaration, because indeed many of the controversial issues are really debated until 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was really because of our persistence that we got the one in its final shape, no? And that's why that's related to the treaty question again, to say that, you know, if you can just imagine that kind of effort, having a treaty, the ILO Convention 169 in the Philippines is only, in the Asia is only Nepal. And I remember when it was brought to the Senate, how do you call, Enrile said, how many countries ratified ILO 169 and in Asia? And they said, well, Fiji and Nepal, so only two, why should we ratify it? You know, so that kind of effort, if you can just imagine the effort that we will need to be able to get those kinds of ratifications, it will really require more youthful and passionate activists to be able to push for all of that.
Thank you, Ma'am Vicky, and thank you for all the questions and inputs from our audience. So now we've reached the end of this conference. I'd like to call on Dean Maita Chan Gonzaga to formally close the Manila leg of the CALESA Conference.
Thank you very much, Ann Mao, for that, as well as, of course, very competently moderating this morning's session. Let me just say that personally, the past 4 days, it's been an enriching and interesting ride. I enjoyed all the presentations, and I enjoyed actually also all the interventions from the floor. So perhaps let me just say that it's been a pleasure and an honor to listen to all our speakers and to listen with you, the audience, for the past 4 days, and that I am very grateful that all of you made time for this. Of course, we have our 5 visiting colleagues who came all the way from Europe for this. Perhaps not as far away, but our participants have also come from all parts of the country. Ma'am Vicky, for instance, came from Baguio. We have participants from Iloilo, San Agustin, Cebu, University of Cebu. We also have from Mindanao, Ateneo de Zamboanga. So, you know, it's been a good group, and we really, really appreciate it. But at this point, I would also perhaps like to call on my dean, Joey Hofilenia, to add his words of gratitude to mine. Thank you.
Just to, I guess, reiterate, no, I echo Dean Maita's expression of gratitude for all of you who have participated, and likewise share the delight that we've had, no, from these opportunities to learn the last 4 days. No? Now, I guess I just wanted to say on behalf of the Ateneo Law School, who is one of the several schools, and the Philippine Judicial Academy and the European schools are part of the CALESA, that it really is a wonderful opportunity to have conferences like this. No, we've stayed here, as we said, for the last 4 days, looking at emerging human rights issues and vulnerabilities. But just for your appreciation, this is but one of the subject matters that have been tackled by CALESA, no? And several others to go until the term of the collaboration reaches its expiration. But it really is a wonderful exercise if you, and especially so if you are aware of the genesis, no, of how these things began, no, a phone call because one professor was searching for another Filipino professor, and it has all led to this. No? So it's been a wonderful exchange of ideas, and really very, very aptly called acronym CALESA, also because that when we go through these various topics, these various issues, a CALESA is fairly slow, and it has to plod on. And that's how we want to go for all these issues, no? Because we want to not miss out on the important details by rushing towards the end. And therefore, we thank you. We very much appreciate you riding on this CALESA with us. And on behalf of the Ateneo de Manila Law School, again, thank you, and we hope to have you again in several other future lectures that we might organize in the future. Thank you very much.
Three practical matters. This is really the end. First, we'd like to invite you all to lunch at the same place, at the cafeteria, right after this. Secondly, we will be sending emails to everyone who has attended the sessions for the past 4 days. It will indicate a request for you guys to fill out the evaluation form at the link that will be provided. We would be most grateful if you can accomplish that, after which we will be providing you with certificates of participation or attendance. Yes, the email will also contain the link to the Google folder, which will have all the presentations for all of the days. So they will be provided to you in the form of a link, a shared folder. Third, may we request everyone, we've been having our group picture on that side of the room for the last 3 days. Can we, for the final day, have our group picture here? So can we invite everyone to just sort of come forward for one last photo?